You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast.
All right, what is happening, all you great Americans? Welcome to another Dangerous Liberty Podcast live, and we're going to be taking your questions, reading your comments, all the good stuff. But first and foremost, hope everybody out there had a great Christmas. Hopefully, you at least got everything that you paid for. But I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. All of our usual suspects over there. Definitely want to say hi to all our mods. Number one, all our mods. I know this is the day after Christmas. You could be spending time with your family, but you guys are in here helping us, supporting us. We really appreciate that. But just going right up to the top, I want to say hi to the Ghostwriter, Star Jerk, Cindy Lou Hoot, who's also a member. Thank you, Cindy. Ashlyn Cherry, Alita 960, Seed of Elijah, the Panopticon, who's also a mod. All right, and many, many more. So make sure you guys say hi. If you will, go ahead, like, share, subscribe. And again, if you want to support the channel, down in the description below is a link if you want to become a member. We do really appreciate that. I'm going to give a little bit more time for people to kind of filter in. What we're going to do tonight is I'm going to go over some of the basic facts of this entire case. I've been on the phone all day. Well, I'll just tell you, I've been on the phone all day or a lot of today. And I know she's watching, a ex-wife of Harry's. And man, what is going on with all this stuff? Or Mitch, I don't know. I don't know what to call him anymore. What is going on with this is, again, I learn new things every single day. And I wasn't planning on doing a live stream tonight, but I wanted to. Number one, I want to go into Valhalla's, Nate's live stream with making sure that everybody that at least watches this is aware of the facts of the case. We lay that out straight. And then I'm going to go ahead and live stream and kind of react to what he has going on. He has, if nothing's changed, I haven't talked to him since Christmas Eve. Nothing's changed. He's going to have one of Harry's ex-wives on as well. And folks, this story gets crazier and crazier. Like, you would not believe what is going on with this, between the different court cases, between the different domestic violence charges, between the different orders of protection, both people that he's married to and not married to, and then the kids involved. Like, this is one of the craziest, just flat out tragedies. This guy has left a wake of victims in his path. And, you know, one of the things that I was trying to convey to someone I was talking to today is the importance of them coming on and talking about this. And look, because of the trauma of kids and everything else that are involved in this, I understand, and it's completely reasonable that people that have been involved with him, and by the way, like, broke ties and haven't really spoken to this person for over 10 years, don't want to get involved. But unfortunately, I think the sooner they do and kind of nip this in the bud, the less traumatic it's going to end up being. And, you know, this is a real shame because, you know, ultimately what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with somebody's eyewitness testimony. That is the only proof of anything that we have. As a matter of fact, we now have a lot of proof and evidence that the opposite of what he said is true in many different, you know, areas. And we're going to talk about that. So this entire story about Fort Huachuca is based on Mitch Snow's credibility. And unfortunately, we're also tasked with, myself, Nate, and other people that are talking about this. We're tasked with the thing that Candace should have done from the beginning, and that is vet this story, vet this person. It's not hard. It wouldn't have been very difficult to do. It would have taken 20 minutes. And then not only did she not do that the first time, she had him back on almost a week later and had him tell this story. And now what we're dealing with is the fact that she has a fund that's set up for him. The last time I checked, he had $141,000 set up in that fund. And that's what he is going to end up receiving. And we're going to talk about the real tragedy of that, the fact that he has a lot of kids involved in this, and has never paid child support for these kids. 4 different kids that I know of. And I'm finding out about new wives, new girlfriends. People are contacting me every day. I'm sure the same thing has happened with Nate. And the depths of, it's just insane. It's just all over the place. It's hard to keep track of. And that was one of the things I was, talking to someone on the phone today. I was like, I don't even know how to tell your story. It is so convoluted and it's crazy. Like there's just stuff going all over the place. There's multiple court cases just with one person and then different timelines. And we're going to go through some of that stuff today. Now, tomorrow I will have Mitchell's son from his very first wife on, and he's going to give his story and tell you his account of what's happening with this guy and his experience with this guy. So this is not just like character assassination or anything else. The relevant aspect of this is the fact that his entire story is based on his credibility. And I can tell you from what's happening here, this is not a person that I would ever have on my show. He has no credibility. He has been caught lying time and time and time again, and I'm going to give you some additional proof of that. I do have his DD-214 that is still being checked out. That was up at USASOC, I think the last time that any word from that was on Christmas Eve. I'm sure we won't get any additional word on that till Monday. There's some truths in what he said. I'm just going to prepare you right now, but there are also some weird things going on with his military record, and then also some flat out lies that I'm going to prove to you tonight as well. And again, once we're kind of done here, and I also want to field a bunch of questions. That's the other part of this, and try to answer as many questions so that you guys are informed. I don't care about a narrative. What I want is the truth, and I think everybody on this channel is concerned with that as well. And that's what this whole thing is all about. All right. So the first thing that I want to do, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I should have put a link to this. Again, I was kind of working up to the clock, trying to get everything done. But I'm going to share a video with you guys. Oh, and by the way, just like always, again, we definitely encourage disagreement. We're not going to deal with ad hominems. You're just going to be gone. And I will prioritize super chats toward the end of this or whenever I feel like. And then we will take as many live questions toward the end of this as well. And there again, we're also going to cover the live stream from Nate's stream as well. But I want to show you this podcast that, and I recommend that you go watch this. I will put a link down in the description below for this podcast. You can find it on Rumble. I believe it was removed off of YouTube recently. So I was looking for it. I'd seen it one time, went to go find it on YouTube again. It was gone. But anyways, let's go ahead and play this.
From there, I went on and got to go into Special Forces. Did a lot of climbing.
Now, I just want to kind of set you guys up so you guys know what you're watching here. So this is a podcast that he's on, and basically what Mitch is claiming is that his wife that he's going through a divorce is, she has paid off all the judges, all the law enforcement in this town are in on this. They're trying to frame him. They're trying to set him up. And then on top of that, his wife is actually abusing this child. And not just physically abusing him, but also the S word, right? A lot of insane claims going on here. And I was watching this last night and I became extremely conflicted. I was like, man, what if any of the stuff that he's saying is true? The stakes have just gotten raised significantly. Now, there are portions of this that we're going to go over that it's clearly a lie. And then he's telling other things. It's just hard to tell. And at the end of the day, you don't know what's going on. And then I spoke to one of his ex-wives and I explained this to her. I'm like, look, this is kind of what I was thinking with this. I don't even know what to do with this. I don't want to get this wrong. And I still don't. There's just too much at stake here. He says that this kid, which is a young kid, I think he's probably around 6 or 7 years old at this point. And by the way, this is the son of the mother that's going to speak on VFT tonight on Nate's show. He's saying that she's intentionally making him sick, that she's starving this kid, that she's abusing this kid, that she's physically abusing this kid. And we're going to play some clips with that. But I want you to hear what's going on here. And then again, I conveyed this story and my concerns to one of his former ex-wives. And she's like, Gary, he said all the exact same things to me about my kids. She said I was abusing them, physically abusing them. Like, and I'm telling you, when you hear these people's story, it just rings true. And by the way, they have a lot of court cases supporting documents on their side of it. I actually just sent a bunch of different, actually had another lawyer inquire about several cases that I couldn't get access to. She has found those. She's going to be sending those to me. She may even show up tonight. I don't know. I sent her a link to this so that she could talk about it. But even, you know what? I'm just going to tell you exactly what she said, just so that you guys understand what we're dealing with here. She said, okay, I looked him up online records we have in Washington. It's a very messy picture. There's some judgments against him, a bunch of protection order actions starting in 2013 that appear to be dismissed, but then several others starting in 2023 that were granted. And what looks like one of the highest conflict divorce files I've ever seen that started in 2017. It might still be going on. It is. On criminal records, all I see is a felony charge of some kind that was dismissed in 2023 and a felony conviction for second-degree theft in the name of Ronnie Jean Waite Jr. that is coming up under Mr. Snow's records for some reason. So I don't know if that's an alias or if Snow was a victim or a witness in the case. And I can tell you right now, I also have additional court records and documents that precede 2013. So, and that's the other part of this is like all of these different court records and documents and things like that are in multiple counties. They're filed in even multiple states. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and it's just really, really difficult to get to the truth. But there again, going back to what Candace could have done and should have done, is you can do a real quick surface glance of this stuff and realize that this is not somebody that you want to have on your show and that his credibility is going to be questioned. And then after we talk about this, I'm definitely going to cover the material information that was relayed on her show. And we're going to make sure that is squared away. And on top of that, I want to give you guys an opportunity to challenge me on some of those things so we can talk through some of those details of why that story is just ridiculous on its face. But again, this guy is basically telling a story about how the entire world is conspiring against him to make sure that he can't get a hold of his son. And I welcome you to go watch this entire episode, and I will link it down in the description.
Unfortunately, through all of that, we train hard, and my career got.
So he's talking about his military service. He says, "Hey, I was training hard.
Cut short. I broke my back. Had several falls. Broke my back, my neck, shoulder, skull, face, jaw, hip, knee, both ankles. And they decided, kick me out. It was
all right. So later on, he talks about having to relearn to walk again and all kinds of other things because of these injuries that he has. Again, speaking with his wife at the time, number one, his injury, the injury that he did hurt his back. It was not service related, and it did not happen as he claims. In multiple different documents, he's claimed that this happened on a training event where he fell over 80 feet. He broke just about every bone in his body and everything else. Now, there is some real circumstantial evidence that we can tell you that that is not true. And one of those is the fact, and he's getting ready to talk about it, that he was kicked out of the military. If you hurt yourself, oh, and by the way, the ex-wife that was his wife at the time of this injury says, number one, it did not happen. He actually hurt himself while he was off duty. And her words were while he was drinking. And I can't corroborate that. Oh, but we can actually. That is actually admitted in another court document that I'm going to have prepared for you tomorrow. Again, I've been scrambling all day trying to get all this stuff together. The injuries were not service related. And we also know that because I'll tell you right now, if he had all of these injuries while in the military, he would have actually gotten a medical retirement. All right. I have his DD-214 here. I see what the code is for him leaving service, and it is not medical retirement. And he even claims that in just a few minutes. So let's play that, and I can show you that is indeed not true based on his military records.
Medical was honorable, involuntary, but it was a good career. Yeah, we had a good plan, to have a good life together. And, being that I was retired from the military, medically disabled, I could raise, any kids we had. She got caught doing, messing around with some guys. So we were leading to a divorce, and she was also not so great with me and my son. Things weren't going so good. And, yeah, I started getting sicker and recovering from surgeries and stuff like that. She would take advantage of that. And, she was just one of these personalities that was kind one day and then, just horrible the next. And so after a few years, I was planning on leaving, separate myself from the things I was noticing she was doing, especially with our son and hurting him. Eventually, I was about ready to find out that she was stealing the money out of my account for my veteran compensations, and that I was trying to save up so that I could afford leaving her, getting an attorney, and distracting me, taking my keys, preventing us from leaving, doing dirty tricks, just keeping us locked up at home for the most part. And eventually it ended up in a situation where the bank was calling me in about strange transactions, and I was scheduled to go meet them. And she was going through my emails, and she found those messages, knew I was going. And on that morning, she was loading up the vehicle to go for this meeting. She came out.
All right. So let me paint a picture for you, because I have skipped through some of this, but basically what he's been alluding to throughout this is that he's essentially this latchkey husband, that she keeps him locked up in the house. He's a grown man, keeps him locked up in the house, doesn't really allow freedom of movement, among other things. So now he's going to meet with the bank. So he's in his car. He's getting ready to go to meet with the bank because he's been informed that someone is trying to move money from his account to who knows, right? But they've informed him that he needs to come talk to him. Now he's in the car.
Acting real kind. She took my keys. She took my phone. She went back inside.
How does a woman take your keys and take your phone from a grown man? I don't understand that.
And forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. She broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other door.
All right. She set up to be a prison. She broke the garage doors, and there's things stacked up against windows and other doors, I guess. Sounds like Alcatraz to me. I don't know how you ever got out of there alive.
Merciful. And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, my feet, back of my skull. And I got the hammer on her.
So she lures him in. She attacks him with a hammer, breaks his thumbs, I guess both thumbs, his feet, on the back of his skull.
What year was this?
That was 25 June 2016.
So this is how long this has been going on. And just so everyone know, Mitch is still trying to get a divorce. This has been going on almost 10 years. And you're still not divorced. And this is back in 2016. This is crazy.
Yeah. So Yeah, she did that. And eventually I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him, having her maul him with the dogs again. And she had done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying, I used the hammer to go ahead and.
All right. So she set up the garage as a prison to keep him contained. She beat him with the hammer, but she just forgot and left the hammer sitting there so that he could use it as a tool for offense, defense, and or just get out of the garage. Does this not sound like one of the dumbest stories on the face of the planet?
Break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. And I called for help. I called for dispatch. And, she tried to attack me and she pulled on my arm.
I thought she had his phone. She beat him with a hammer. She took his phone from him like, she was a bully taking someone's lunch money. And now he's called for dispatch. Like, I would think that being the beast of a woman that she apparently is, she would prevent him from getting his phone again, especially after his thumbs are broke, his feet are broke. He's been bashed in the back of the head with a hammer.
Holding the phone, dislocated my arm.
She dislocated his arm.
That's actually one of the surgeries. I'm still recovering from getting surgeries from it. But
so this woman, hold on, I just want to hear this again.
Hold on my arm while I was holding and I called for help. I called for dispatch. And she tried to attack me and she pulled on my arm while I was holding the phone, dislocated my arm. That's actually one of the surgeries. I'm still.
This guy is either one of the most weak-gened, fragile individuals on the face of the planet. I'm sitting there holding the phone, trying to call 911. She yanks on my arm and it just dislocates. Like, I don't know if she has like a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I mean, this woman needs to be on somebody's payroll for a bodyguard.
Still recovering from getting surgeries from it. But I called for help. I called into them. And as I walked outside trying to just get away from her or drag her towards me so she was not, my son isn't getting hurt. I saw there was already cops there. They were sitting on the corner at DeMoss Road and Van Giesen out there, Benton City, not far from our house, like 400 feet from our house. I could see them. And
all right, that's all I was able to pull out of that in the time that I had. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is one of the, and that's just the beginning of it, folks. He goes on. I listened to this whole thing all last night and then listened to most of it again today. He goes on this wild story of judges being paid off by his ex-wife, of multiple doctors saying that this child has been abused both in the S way, physical abuse, and that this child has been starved. All right, and this kid's emaciated and all these other things. And the child is, as he says, on the spectrum. He's autistic. So there's a lot going on there. And again, as I'm watching this, I'm like, man, I think for sure, as I'm playing this stuff through my head. I know this guy. He's lying about that. He's lying about a lot of other things. But, there's a part of me that's like, man, can this just all be made up nonsense? And, maybe he's exaggerating some things because some other things are true. And again, after the phone conversation that I had and the details that were relayed to me of the same exact type of tactics that he was using on other ex-wives, I was 100% convinced that all of this is just a lie. It is made up fantasy, and it's made to be such a big lie that it just boggles everybody's minds. And there again, you have an entire court history, criminal charges, protection orders, guns being taken, time and time again. And it's the exact same pattern with multiple people and other wives and girlfriends. All right. I was just given a new name today that I'm going to end up researching of a girlfriend that went through some of the exact same things that this person did. Now, just recapping a little bit. I'm building out this timeline, and it's hard to keep track of with everything going on. And there again, I'm finding new information, filling in new gaps of information every single day. Just so we're clear, he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitch Snow in 2010 upon marrying Lene Snow in 2010. All right. That's why he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitchell Snow. Not because he was ever in witness protection. And I have additional documents confirming that I will end up being released. And I'm kind of waiting to see, because again, Nate and I have been coordinating this entire thing and providing different points of research and information over the last week or so. And I want to see what information he provides tonight. So I'm not just doing things, and we're just not doing things in double. All right. His military service was 1/11/1989 through, he basically was in the military for 7 years, 6 months. His first wife, he married in 1990 through 94. All right. And what's important about this is that was the time that he's saying that he was actually down on the border, which I do think that he went down to the border and did some things. I don't think he was actually involved at all. And I have some additional, I'll share a document with you that corroborates that. But I don't think he was actually involved in some big drug bust or anything else. I think he went down there to help support Task Force South, Border Patrol operations, and that's what he did. All right. One of the other things that his first wife relayed to me, and this is an ongoing theme, was that he was actually on temporary TDY orders to Korea. All right. He was getting double BAH, and he was taking all the money out of their account. All right. So this poor lady actually had to go to the command structure and actually let them know, hey, I'm not getting any money. He's getting double BAH. We're not getting any money. She's not getting any support whatsoever. And just to pay the bills, she had to get command involved. And there again, we see time and time again, this guy hasn't given any child support. The only child support that these women have been paid has been through the state of Washington. So one of the things I want to put on the table right now is, if this fund that is now $140,000, a couple things need to happen. Either all of that money needs to be returned to the donors, or this money needs to go to his kids. That's what needs to happen. And if Candace had any integrity, what she would do is she would match those funds. And again, a lot more information is going to be coming out tonight on Valhalla's channel and additional information. And I'll tell you, there's just going to have to be additional follow-up episodes on this, with just the information that I'm receiving over the last couple of days. Then he remarried. So he divorced this one lady, 1990 to 1994. He remarried in 1995 to 1999. All right. This is over the period when he hurt his back. All right. He hurt his back, according to his ex-wife, while drinking. All right. This was not a service related. So he was hurt. All right. Who knows how severely, but he didn't break all of his bones or anything like that. And we know, because I have his DD-214 here, is that he was released on a medical discharge. If everything that had happened that he's claiming, and somebody brought it up in the comments, even if he'd had a severe injury while still in the military and he broke 47 bones, couldn't walk, had to relearn to walk, all of these things that he's claiming, that his own ex-wives have said that's nothing like that ever happened. Nothing like that was even close to the truth. So he was released, medical discharge. He was not medically retired. We just heard him claim that he was medically retired, and he was not. So we know that's a lie. And there's just so much more going on with this. But the other thing that I want to get to that I think is really important. Oh, let's talk about another thing. Let me pull this up real quick. When I was talking about the fact that he was definitely involved down on the border, but his story about he was integral in the huge drug bust, finding the tunnels and all those other things. There's good information here that doesn't corroborate that. So if we look what's going on here, and I wish I could zoom in here. All right, it says participated. I'm going to pull this up on my own because the screen's too far away for me to see this. All right, now this is an ARCOM recommendation or something along those lines, AAM or ARCOM. I think it's an AAM, Army Achievement Medal. Instrumental in monitoring and implanting of the remote monitored battlefield sensor system in support of joint counter narcotics support in Arizona. All right, this is an award write-up. If he was involved in some big bust, that would be the first part of this. Not only did he assist in this operation, but it was critical in the finding of some big tunnel, some huge drug bust. That would be included in this. So what we're seeing time and time again is he takes elements of truth and he just goes wild with the exaggeration of it. That's what this guy does multiple times, over and over and over. And I do think, and again, let me pull that back up while you guys are still looking at it. Look, I think he was SF. All right. I think he was Special Forces for a very small amount of time. I'm not going to take away his service or achievement on that. Even here, we see that he did complete SFAS, Special Forces Assessment Selection. His DD-214 does indicate that he was a Special Forces. He was a Green Beret. Never did any, combat deployments or anything like that. There wasn't a lot going on during that time. I'm not going to take any of that away. That seems to be confirmed. What I can tell you is that Nate did have conversations with people up at USASOC, and they said they've never seen anything. They have some weird things going on with his records, and they're trying to figure out what's going on with that. One of the suggestions, I don't know if this is true, is that he may have had his tab revoked. Don't know if that's true. Just telling you what's going on, but none of that doesn't matter. All right, there's so much going on here that proves that, number one, this guy lies repeatedly. He has a long track record of some of the craziest activities. I mean, just, being a dirtbag in multiple ways. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the actual claims of what he talked about actually on Candace Owens, because I think that is really important here. What he claimed was that he walked into Joint Task Force South and he saw a bunch of colonels, 05s, 06s, 04s, which is exactly what you would see in any sort of task force. Joint Task Force Southern Border is a conventional military task force. So we have units from all over that are contributing to Border Patrol support operations. That's what they do. All right, this is not a special operations unit. It's not a special operations task force or anything else. I don't doubt that there's probably some special operations units and personnel attached to that, but it's a conventional operation. There's nothing crazy about that. Folks, it is illegal. We need to understand this and why his entire story. Well, let's go back to what his story actually claims. The only thing that he claimed is he walked in there and he saw some sort of evidence of a meeting because there was a lot of high-ranking people there. He could have went in there at noon. He could have went in there at 3 p.m. and he would see a lot of high-ranking people in there, which is another weird thing to me, because if he was actually a Green Beret, and almost all of us have been to different task force operations, whether it's SOTF, Siege of SOTF, or anything else, you know what's going on with that. And you're going to have a lot of different high-ranking officers and NCOs, by the way, that are going to be in and around that facility. I don't know why that struck him as odd to begin with. I don't know if it did, but it's easy to convey some of this information to somebody like Candace, who knows nothing about the military. And it's very clear to me that most of the public don't know anything about the military either. Because if you believe that a conventional forces JTF would be tasked with the clandestine planning and operation and ultimately the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil, you don't know anything about the military. They would never even consider that. You're talking about light colonels. They understand what their left and right limits are. They understand what the laws are. These people would be the first people, if somebody came to them and said, hey, guess what? You know what? We're going to plan the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. These people would be on the phone. They would have CNN out there. They'd have MSNBC. They'd have Fox News. That would be a story going all over the place because these people would not participate in that because they know they'd end up in jail. That's just a fact. And it doesn't even make sense. But he didn't even claim that. He just claimed that there was a meeting. And then he claimed that he saw Brian Harpole. We have clear evidence that Brian Harpole was not there. We have clear evidence that Brian Harpole was not there. And then the night before, he said he saw Erica Kirk there. I can't account for Erica Kirk's whereabouts on the night of September 8th, but I have seen not just what I've shown you. There's additional information that I know for a fact that Brian Harpole was in Dallas on September 9th for the entire day. All right. So you can believe what you want, and you can sit there and poke holes and say, oh, well, you know, there was enough time. Arizona was 2 hours ahead. Like, it doesn't even make sense. But if you want to believe whatever, I believe that we have definitive proof that Congressman, I don't even know how to say his name, Amade, he actually was in Washington. So we continue to see even what he says to fall apart. I don't care if we did see Brian Harpole in there. I don't care if we saw Erica Kirk there. What you haven't provided is any information. He's not even like he's claiming that he heard them like, oh, I heard them talking about Charlie Kirk and the assassination. That's not a claim. He just claims he walks in this military building and sees some high-ranking folks and sees somebody that looks like that is Brian Harpole. And then the night before claims that Erica Kirk was at, you know, some Best Western or Quality Inn or whatever the heck it was. No, and this is par for the course when it comes to Candace's theories. When she's constantly taking these things that really have no relation and no proof of the material topic, and then, you know, injecting that into it, like, oh, this is what was going on. Clearly, you can see what's going on here. I don't care if Mitchell was there. I think he probably was there. And going back to that, let's again, going back to this report. All right. This military police report that was sent to her. I don't know who sent it to her. If it was sent to her, that was probably illegal to begin with. But we talked about all the problems that we have in this report. Number one, the license plate is not correct. The driver's license are not correct. You look up the building numbers, they're like the MWR facility, amongst other things. I am willing to say that it was probably some private that filled this out, and he just had a bunch of typos or whatever else. I'm going to be generous and actually consider that human nature and people make mistakes. But could you imagine, I just want you to think about this double standard. If TPUSA had submitted something like this to Candace, how she would tear this apart and say, oh, this is just more proof of a conspiracy. We could sit here and say that, hey, this is proof that Candace made this whole thing up and this is a complete, I don't know. I don't know. And if you're an honest broker of information, you not only interpret circumstances and say, hey, this could mean that, you know, we'll take Mikey McCoy. Everybody loves that. Mikey McCoy freaked out, ran away from when Charlie Kirk was shot. He's in this middle of this traumatic event. Now you can say, hey, you know what? That's weird. That's weird that he would do that. And you know what? You can even go as far as say, look, that is suspicious that he would do that. Now he's talking on the phone or whatever else. But it's also the right thing to do if you're going to report balanced and fair. Like, hey, you know what? Dude was just freaking out. He didn't know what was going on. He thought he was in the middle of an active shooting event, and the best thing that he could do was get out of there. And he's probably been told by security, hey, this is, if shots ring out, I need you to get away, because that would be the standard protocol. Get yourself out of there so that you don't become another casualty that we have to deal with. So get yourself away. He is not part of security. He doesn't know the first thing probably about traumatic medical response training or anything like that. So he needs to get himself out of that position. And then you can go in and take all these other things that they have interpreted not only as strange, but suspicious. And then they jump from, hey, this is suspicious activity to it's proof. It is evidence of a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. And by the way, Candace Owens has multiple times, it's not just asking questions. She has definitely, without a doubt, multiple times claimed that TPUSA killed him. And I'm going to play that for you. As a matter of fact, that is so important to address, because I'm so sick of hearing it that we are going to play proof of that. And I am tired of the cognitive dissonance that we are having with people that try to claim otherwise. All right. I'm going to go right here. And folks, if you're not following us on X, make sure you follow us on X. I'm going to make sure that we big screen this bad boy. And I want to go look at that handsome guy. All right. Let's watch this clip right here.
As I believe involved in a cover-up, and we can.
All right, so this is Candace
I
Owens.
certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover-up, and we can talk about what the motives are of that. They could be financial motives. That they're, it doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that.
All right, there she goes. She says, "I've never claimed that TPUSA." She's on Russell Brand's show. "I've never claimed that TPUSA was involved in killing him."
So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
Let's replay that.
In broad daylight in front of the entire world, assassination attempt is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
She forgot to put a question mark on that. So she is no longer asking questions. That is an accusation through and through. And anybody claiming otherwise, you are just being dishonest. You are just being dishonest. So, and yes, I will tell you, there are a lot of weird things that happened during the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I will tell you that. There are still a lot of questions. All right. I still have a whole show prepared talking about potential additional assets involved with this. And I don't think for a second that Tyler Robinson acted alone. I think it is very likely that he was recruited, that he was radicalized, and he was weaponized online. I do think that is very likely. The other thing is, I don't know that if he was by himself out there that day. All right, we haven't seen information on that. I do find it strange if it's true that the FBI was trying to limit or prevent other agencies looking into foreign involvement. I have a problem with that. All right, and I will be the first to hold them their feet to the fire on that. I never trust the government, but what I don't trust is social media personalities. The only people that can out fake news, the fake news, is social media. All right. These people have pushed all kinds of crazy things that have done nothing but confuse people time and time again, from, iPhone guns, palm guns, tunnels, flying drones. Like, you can talk about whatever you think that the FBI is lying about, or TPUSA is lied about, which I think most of those things that they're saying about TPUSA lying are misunderstandings in a chaotic environment. But without a doubt, social media and some of your favorite personalities pushing all these things have just pushed nonsense time and time again. Their lies are 15 or 20 to 1 of anything that you can point toward the FBI and or TPUSA. So, I think that is indicative of what's going on here. So I don't trust the FBI. I don't trust the U.S. government, but I sure as hell don't trust social media either. And the only way that you can discern between what's true and what's not true is a individual, independent assessment of the facts of every situation, and look at evidence, use some logic and common sense. That's all you can do. And when you all are sitting there and using these logical fallacies of like, oh, well, JFK was killed, so therefore by the CIA, so therefore Charlie Kirk was killed. Like, there's not even a direct comparison. Charlie Kirk was not the president of the United States. We also had like 3,000 phones monitoring this. The differences couldn't be more clear. And we also had him going against LGBTQ, and he may have been afraid of Israel. I don't know. But what I also know is that he has multiple times said the left was trying to kill him too. But we want to completely omit that part. We don't even want to pay attention to that. And we just want to take this one thing where it's like, oh, Israel was trying to kill him, and the Egyptian planes and all the other stuff. It's made to confuse you people. It's made to confuse Americans, and it's made to take people on a trip that leads them away from the truth. I think that's what's happening here. And I do think this is a real psychological operation that's taking place. And I think that Candace is being used by that. And some other things that I want you to pay attention to on this is the artificial boost that Candace has received. And I have seen it time and time again on X. Look, I think that is mainly bots that are retweeting 3/4 of what they are on X when it comes to Candace. So they're up, they're upvoting, thumbs up, all of her stuff, all of her downstreamers, they're upvoting that. It is a bunch of bots. And then they're going to channels and profiles like mine and then downvoting that, negative comments, trying to get us to stop. And then you look on these profiles, folks, and I have dozens and dozens of screenshots of this. These are profiles that a lot of them aren't from the United States, but a lot of them are like 5 followers, been on X for a couple years, or there's a whole string of them where that account was started in September, and there is no intelligent, there's like zero intelligence, human intelligence involved in what's going on. It's just repost, all of the stuff that supports this crazy theory. And there's a bunch of good reasons for that. I think the left is involved in this. Foreign adversaries are involved in this. Like, people need to wake up. You're being played. And the same thing with her YouTube channels. Again, I know there are bots in my comments, and I know there are bots that are tweeting her YouTube numbers. A lot of her supporters, I think, are artificial. There is something going on here that is pushing this, even though it is filled with absolute ridiculous nonsense. And one of the other kind of points of evidence for that is how different the response is on Instagram. If you go to Instagram, you'll see, on X, if you say anything negative about Candace, it's like 50-1. Everybody's, all these bots come out, all these people come out like, leave Candace alone, you racist, and everything else they want to say. Oh, you're a Fed, you're paid by Israel, you're paid by this person, you're paid by that person. You go to Instagram, and it's the exact opposite. It's like 1 out of 50 comments will be like, oh, Candace is doing a great job, she's just asking questions. So there's a huge disparity. And I don't think what we're seeing on X, and I don't think what we're seeing on YouTube is a actual representation of the truth, period. All right. So what I want to do right now, we'll get to some questions. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to cover the super chats first. We got B Squared Construction became a new member. Thank you very much. Yes, Gary, so excited. Cannot wait for you to load it all up. Load it all up. I know what you're saying, I think. I appreciate that. Merry Christmas, Gary and crew. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Great work. Thank you, Lucky 1109. Sounds like a master manipulator. He is. And man, I'm telling you, folks, it's like this. It's like some sort of, psychological thriller book that no one would believe, because there's so much stuff going on all at once and different moving pieces of this. And it's crazy. I need to write a book. Somebody needs to write a book or make a TV show out of this thing. I don't think anyone reads anymore. LNW 1442, thank you very much. Thank you for great work. I think you are too graceful about Candace. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing, working with the foreign disinfo forces, except for her husband, who no one talks about. She's not taken advantage of. I am still going to stick with my current assessment. I think Candace does realize that different political forces and different foreign forces are capitalizing and exploiting her and using them to their own, purpose. That being said, I think that it is ego, narcissism, and the fact that she feels scorned by TPUSA. I think it's pure revenge that is driving her on this, and the fact that she will not back down when she puts out this absolute trash. Like, you can talk about Fed slop all you want. Like, between her theories, the things that she said, and the lack of evidence, here's Fed slop. And like somewhere down here below the floor of my basement is where her slop is. It doesn't make sense. Like, anybody with common sense and 2 brain cells wouldn't buy into this, but people are. And that's the shocking part of this. People are vested in this, and they don't want to know the truth. And when you give them evidence that she's lying, even though her first assertions have no evidence to back them up to begin with, they will go to their death saying that Candace is correct. I mean, it is as cult-like behavior as I've ever seen. But this guy is supposed to be SF. All right. There's bad apples everywhere. As far as I can tell, he is. It's a shame. All right. It's a stain on the regiment, but it looks like he is. Right? Ronda Rousey. Mitch married China She-Hulk. Absolutely, TJ. TJ, I don't know if I responded, but I got your email and I meant to. I just don't know if I got around to it. That was very gracious, very kind of you. Thank you, TJ. He speaks like the worst type of wannabe actor, trying to channel sad and weak. Tone of voice is in constant what he thinks traumatized sound like. You know, and we saw those dramatic pauses. We saw the drama that he conveyed throughout his interview with Candace as well. Like nothing he said sounded believable to me, but a lot of these people were watching a completely different interview, I guess, because they walked away so convinced, and that anybody that's saying this is nonsense, even people in the military, don't know what they're talking about. And again, these people will fight you. All right. They will try to slime you, and you're just trying to give them the truth. And they're like, oh, you know, it's like, I am so confused by the response of all this stuff. 7.62. I like that. I see what you did there. Wouldn't it be too bad if Candace ends up like Alex J in the end? Look, I think lawsuits are coming. Well, there's already a lawsuit in place. And again, I think that's one of the things that we need to do is we need to do a deep dive with a lawyer to talk about the defamation lawsuit from the Macrones. I think that is a relevant piece of information that we all need to be aware of. She only platforms men who hurt women and children. Russell Brand, Milo, Weinstein, Andrew Tate, Mitch. I mean, that does seem to be a pattern. And I'm telling you, like, the talking to these women and seeing how they're re-traumatized through all this, it's tangible. Like, you hear it in their voice. I talked to one of his kids. Like, it's gross work. It's, you know, it's a shame this has to be done at all. And again, this was Candace's job. She should have vetted this guy from the beginning, and she didn't. And she didn't because she was so desperate for proof that she was right. Like, she's not worried about the integrity of what she's saying. She's not worried about the truth. She's worried about doing everything she can to destroy TPUSA and Charlie's legacy. I don't want to hear that Candace loved Charlie. It is clear to me that she did nothing but resent Charlie. And now that he's gone, she's going to destroy everything that he built, everything that he fought for. That's what she's doing, including his wife. The way that she is treated and has encouraged other people to treat that man's wife is effing disgusting. And I don't want to hear anybody tell me that Candace loved Charlie. She didn't. All right. She wasn't invited to his wedding. She hasn't talked to this guy or can produce, text messages since 2018 or 2019. I don't care if she went on a speaking tour with TPUSA. It wasn't with Charlie, and she was just another speaker. They hire different speakers all the time. You don't have to have a personal relationship to do that. And they give her the script. She gets up there. She's good at that. All right. She's good at talking. All right. And they hired her for her services in 2024. All right. She did not have a personal relationship with Charlie for a really long time. Why Candace hate on those who's asking questions? It's a great thing. Great question from you. It's like, oh, Candace can ask questions, but nobody can ask questions of Candace. Candace can demand proof and evidence of everybody around her, even though but she can't present any proof. And if you ask her for proof, like, you're attacking her. Oh, clearly she's over the target. All of these like slogans that don't even make sense, that only imbeciles buy. Candace Rush's serving went up highly when they invaded Ukraine. Try looking back at what she put out there since with those glasses on. And I guess that correlates with the military talk as well. She's claimed, going back several weeks, she's like, I know this was a military operation, U.S. military operation is what she was saying. And I think the National Guard was involved as well. So these weird aspersions toward the military, and she's constantly claiming like, oh, TPUSA, they got ties to the military because this guy's father was in the military. So that makes you part of some sort of evil cabal that you never break away from. All right. It's the military. It's not the Skull and Bones Club. The key to all this madness are the surveillance cameras in full context of Tyler Robinson. No edits. This will make or collapse Candace's empire. Like, there are clearly, we don't have all the information. And I don't, it's like, clearly we don't teach civics in our schools anymore. Like, we don't understand how the justice system works. We don't teach ethics in school anymore. We definitely don't teach common sense or critical thinking in schools anymore, which is why the American public, on top of the fact that we've been lied to so much by our government, we have been, all right, look, we've been abused by our government time and time again. I understand that there is a major distrust, including my own, but guess who else understands that too? Foreign and other political actors that want to pull down the Trump administration. And the other thing that I found, the real people that are actually supporting Candace on X and other social media platforms, folks, these are never Trumpers to begin with. Most of these people were never Trumpers and or they're liberals. All right. They're leftist people that are glad, number one, they're having a good time. This is a nice, fun adventure that they're being a part of. And, they're doing their own research and it's bringing purpose to their lives because they're sad. They don't really have anything going on. So now they can sit there and search stuff and they can pull up pictures and videos and then zoom in and pixel peep and come up with the fact that they're seeing, mosquito drones and flying bullets that are captured on an iPhone. That's what's going on with this. The vast majority of these people are politically and ideologically opposed to Charlie to begin with, and they're just jumping on this thing. One of the things I posted, matter of fact, I'll share this. I'm going to show this to you guys. One of the things that I kept seeing over and over again is people saying, look, now that Charlie's gone, they've turned TPUSA and the AmFest into a WWE. All right. That's what they're saying. Here we go. Look. All right. AmFest 2025. Oh my God. Now that Charlie's gone, they turned AmFest into WWE. They've completely changed this. These are pictures from AmFest of 2024. That's AmFest 2024. You see all the pyrotechnics? See what's going on there? All right. AmFest 2024. That's Charlie. AmFest 2024. All right. This is a political rally. This entire thing is not a church service. Yes, anytime that you have a political rally that it's going to be held by religious people, typically those on the right, it's going to be a mix of, people talking about Bible verses and talking about their religion and their Christian-based beliefs mixed in with the hype of a political rally. And I know that Democrats aren't used to that. I get it. They're a bunch of godless folks that don't care about any of it. They are so turned off by any time that people talk about Christianity, God, read a Bible verse at a political rally, that they just want to destroy this thing. And they hate it. They hated TPUSA and Charlie before he died. They still do. And now they're just trying to accomplish what they couldn't do when Charlie was alive. Those are facts. You're one of my faves on social media. You too, TJ. You're one of my faves in the comment section. Gary, looking to see her live viewers versus subscriber ratio compared to other channels when they go live, viewers versus subs ratio. Yeah, look, I could get into all those different analytics and things like that. I just don't care. And I know I'm talking about it a little bit. I'm just telling you my own personal experience. Every time that I have somebody talking shit down in X, I look at the comments. And again, 3/4 of these people that are talking are these accounts with, 3 subscribers that was started in September, started in December. It's very clear to me that these are bots. There's not real humans behind them. And I think what we need to do is, and what I'm going to continue to try to do, is stay focused on this. And then after this weekend, my goal is to break away from the whole Candace thing and start actually investigating and looking into what I believe is the real issue. And that is, I think there are things at play that are radicalizing people and weaponizing people. And I think there are, again, we had, there were tweets and there were posts on social media that predicted Charlie being killed. None of those came from Israel. None of those came from, the U.S. military. They came from leftists and trans activists. That's where those predictions came from. The day before he was killed. Like, hey, tomorrow, Charlie's going to be killed, more or less. All right. And I got a bunch of those things, and I got screenshots of that stuff. And it's out there. Why is that being ignored? Like, why hasn't Candace entertained that at all or looked into that with all the resources that she has? And it's because, the answer is obvious. She doesn't want to look at that. She doesn't even want you to pay attention to that. And if you bring that up, you're a Fed. It's Fed slop. And the Feds aren't even saying that, by the way. So Gary doesn't believe that Tyler acted alone. I don't believe that. And I've said that from the very beginning. Like week 2 of this, I said, hey, you know what? This looks a lot like what we saw with Thomas Crooks. And I've always stated that Thomas Crooks was very likely recruited, radicalized, and weaponized online. And that's why the U.S. government isn't sharing that information. And I actually, part of the other show that I didn't get to play for you guys yet, but one of those clips is talking about Mike. I'll think of it in a second. But anyways, he talks about the fact that the CIA are claiming that they went there and were denied access to the investigation. Just let's pump the brakes there for a minute. All right. Why did the CIA fly out to UVU and try to involve themselves in that investigation? Like, he's trying to make the case that like, oh, well, Cash Patel doesn't want other agencies involved in this. Why would the CIA want to inject themselves into this? I find that suspicious. That's what I find suspicious. And maybe there's a good reason. I don't know. We need to investigate that. One of my concerns is that whether we're talking about Tyler Robinson or Thomas Crooks, I think there's a couple of different scenarios that we can play out here. Number one, there is a deep state element. And what I mean by deep state, and I try to make sure that I clarify these things, is an extreme leftist elements of our government, whether they're bureaucrats, whether they're in the intelligence community. I think that it is very possible that they recruited, mind controlled, whatever, psychologically manipulate, whatever phraseology you want to use. But they encouraged what happened with Thomas Crooks shooting Donald Trump. Could be them. Could be a leftist organization funded by the likes of George Soros. Could be a foreign element in our adversaries that are doing this to us. I don't know. But what I do know is the idea that somebody like Thomas Crooks doesn't have a digital footprint and we can't track everything that he was doing and things he was. I find that completely unbelievable. And again, what we had at the time was the Biden administration. And you all can talk about how the Trump administration is not being as transparent as they should be, and all the, like, it is 10 times better than what we were getting from the Biden administration. And I think that they may have gotten in there and they've cleaned all those records up, and there may not be anything left. There may be no way to tie that back. Now, they could be trying to hide that because they're complicit in that, or they could be trying to hide that information from the American public because they don't want to. They don't want the American public to panic, to know how easy it is to target these young teens online that spend 12, 14, 15, 18 hours a day online, and that's their entire world, and they're being programmed the entire time. I think that's very realistic. And again, I just had an interview with Chase Hughes. I haven't even had time to edit that because of all this stuff going on. We talked about that very subject, and I'm very excited to share that information with you. But what I can tell you for sure is, folks, you need to be paying attention to your kids and what they're doing online. You need to be monitoring that, and you need to be careful, because next thing you know, like, they're into things that you would never imagine your kids being into. And look, I mean, The fact that we have Tyler Robinson, who was, this Mormon kid, come from a very conservative family, normal by all regards. And the next thing you know, he's, dating his trans roommate. I mean, that in itself is nuts. Moving on. Everyone give Paramount Tactical a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Make sure you guys like, subscribe. Again, if you want to support the channel, become a member. We really appreciate all that stuff. We're dedicated to bringing you the truth. I don't care where that truth, what narrative that truth leads to. All right, we're going to give you the truth. The stuff that we don't like, I can sit here and hide the fact that this guy was actually an SF guy, and a lot of people will omit that information. He was. All right, that's just the truth. And I would be dishonest, would be telling you the truth if I didn't tell you that. All right, like, we're going to lay it all out there, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then you can decide. Yeah, I hope everybody did have a great Christmas. I'll be honest with you. I was consumed with this. I was trying to stay, and I did a pretty good job. I still got on Twitter more than I should have, but we had a great Christmas here with our family. Thank you for all the well wishes. Appreciate your diligence and integrity. Please take care of yourself. Secondary trauma is real. Praying for your blessings. Thank you. Secondary trauma is real. It is, this is not a woe is me, but it is like, I feel bad, so bad for these people that you start, it's just empathy, right? Like, we feel bad for others and what they're going through, and then them having to get on here and, it's all these people that have been traumatized by this guy and now are just being forced to come out and talk about it and deal with this and relive all this stuff. But I do think that's the right answer, because I can tell you the Candace crowd, they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. And even if it means destroying Mitchell's victims, Harry's victims, they will do it. And that's the real sad part of this. I said this before, no one was charged other than TR. The accuser had the burden of proof, not the accused. This is how our justice system works. Candace has the burden of proof. And that is completely lost on apparently everybody on her side. By the time we get to trial, she will have moved on and people will forget what she's done. TPUSA will probably be destroyed, which is her goal. Tammy, number one, I always love seeing you on X. I hope that's not true. Like, this is why we got to get out here, and this is what I've been doing. Like, we can't allow that to happen. We can't let her move on to the next thing. She needs to be held accountable. She needs to be held responsible for the things she said, the people's lives she's destroyed, and the victims that she's re-victimized, including TPUSA and everybody that was close to Charlie. That's what she's done. There is zero evidence. It doesn't even make sense that these people would target and try to kill Charlie. Like, they were his friends. Charlie was the cash cow. Charlie was an inspirational leader that has been taken from America. And the fact that she can go out and say the things she says and people accept it. That's like, I'm so shocked at people's silence and then people's support of her. Like, that's the things. Gary shouldn't have to speak out about this. There's so many other people that are bigger platforms that should have been speaking out about this much longer, much sooner, much harder, and they didn't. And it's like, dude, nothing's happening. And I don't care. I will risk it all for this because this is super important. You can still see the curse on that report, which is highly sus. Yeah, look, I think it could go either way. This could be a report. It is strange. Like, why would somebody just stop in the middle of this report? I do think it's a report that's not submitted. It is not in the format, and I have the DA format. I forgot what it is for this. It's not in the format that we would normally see an incident report. But there are programs like this where you fill out different sections of it, and then you submit it, and then it'll put it into that report form. It's just electronic formatting. So this could be legit. And, some private typed this up and just messed up. But again, it doesn't matter. This isn't proof of anything. I don't care if he was there. Even if all of his story is 100% correct, which we know Brian Harpole wasn't there. And I think it's fair to say that Erica Kirk wasn't there. The congressman wasn't there. That has been proven. He was seen in Congress, all right, on the floor of the House. I think he was a representative. Look, Brian's Harpole's alibi and the congressman's alibi, those are tight. All right, this was a lie. Erica Kirk wasn't at a freaking Quality Inn on September 8th. Just stop. The whole thing is ridiculous. And then they're like, well, prove it didn't happen. Prove a negative. Like, no, give us some proof that it did happen. That's your responsibility. They expect so much, but they're not expected to give anything. And these people don't expect anything from Candace. Like, her word is the word of God. It's crazy. It's a sickness. Thank you for the super sticker, Susan. Gary, you're a Fed. Fabulous, enlightening dude. Not in a gay way. I appreciate you and your diligence on this. Thank you. I appreciate you guys, your support. It means a lot. It really does. Because it feels lonely out here sometimes. Like, no, but I appreciate it. Tyler was a kid. His parents should have put blocks on his iPad and computer. How old was this child? Yeah, Tyler was what, 22? 22. And that's another thing, too. And I've even been guilty of saying this, but people are like, yeah, he was a 22-year-old kid. No, he's a grown man. He's a grown man, right? My brain just can't follow anything to do with this Mitch guy. I'm just here to support the channel. Merry Christmas, Team Ginger. There you go. I appreciate it. All right, let's get to some of these live questions and comments. Let's see what we got here. There are some mods in there. I will, if you're interested in being a mod, shoot us an email, dlpodcast@paramountTactical.com, and I'll do a little vetting. We'll make sure your intentions are not evil. We'll help you out. Looks like you may be on Rumble. Yeah, you are. And I don't know if we have mods on Rumble, but, we should get some. Erica isn't going to respond to Candace anymore because everyone knows Candace will be sued by other people while Erica builds TPUSA and Charlie's legacy. I do think there's a big part of that. And I think this was a big part of the beginning and allowing Candace to metastasize to the point that she has. TPUSA was like, hey, look, they're doing everything they can to keep moving forward and making sure all this stuff stays on track and, keeping the company alive. I mean, imagine that. We have Charlie murdered and they're immediately forced to start planning for AmFest. I mean, that's a huge undertaking without Charlie. And amongst all the other things that they were doing and are doing. Yeah. Candace dabbles in voodoo and black magic. How did you get Mitch's DD-214 so we know it's legit? Because Mitch sent it to me. Now, and I don't, okay, so you guys don't know, I talked to Mitch for 2.5 hours Thursday, what's today? Earlier this week, I can pull it up, all right? I talked to him 2 different times. One was like an hour and a half, another one was about an hour or so. He sent me his DD-214. Yeah, and I felt like I was taking crazy pills the whole time talking to him, all right? Again, there's a lot of times where he's telling me things and I'm nodding along. I'm like, yeah, that's sounds reasonable. That's good. And then he'll just say something crazy. And it's like, no, all right. We just took a ride to Crazy Town. I know that it's not true. Anyways, so he sent me his DD-214. We are getting this verified. at USASOC. So I don't know if it's true. But I'm looking at it. It looks legit. He sent me other supporting documents, certificates. Looks legit. USASOC on initial review says it looks legit, but there are some weird other things that they'd never seen before going on with his records. They're trying to figure that stuff out. Part of it too is so long ago. I think that's probably the issue, but we'll find out more and I'll update you as we go along. We find out more information. This is true. All right. It also may not be legit at all. Could have been a completely different person named Michael. All right. And by the way, the name on his DD-214 and all of his records, I think we're talking about the incident report. But that is another concern. I have seen completely believable forged DD-214s. And all of his military records are under the name Harry Myers. Yes, Erica has stated that she's taking care of her sick mother. And this is the thing. So you have the word of this guy that claims that he stumbled upon a top secret, clandestine, illegal meeting. And all we have is his word. Brian Harple was there. Erica was there. That's all we have. And then you have Erica put out a statement, or at least it's been released to the public. Hey, he's not there. I have statements from Brian Harple saying he's not there. I have additional proof saying that he's not there. I've shared his itinerary. I've shared additional information. Really good indication that he's not there. I know it's not solid proof. We're going to have to get court subpoenas to get solid proof, right? And no matter what, and here's the problem with all this stuff, is like, they're like, oh, she says she was taking care of her sick mother. Give me some proof. No, how about Mitchell give us some proof of what he saw? Not just that he was there, because that's inconsequential. Doesn't even matter if he was there. All right. He clearly was hemmed up. All right. He was there saying some crazy stuff. They thought he was going to bomb the place. I mean, that's an indicator right there. Gary, you're doing great work here. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I don't know who you're responding to. With that logic, Tyler must be guilty then. Do you even hear yourself, buddy? You have no proof Erica wasn't at the fort, and we have no proof you don't eat your children. Guess that means you're guilty. Like, prove to me that you didn't have a kid that you murdered and buried in the backyard somewhere. That's what you're saying. You know, it's the old adage, like, when did you stop beating your wife? Just questions. Candace never admitted defeat in the Egyptian plane story. She changed the goalposts, that they were following TPUSA and not just Erica Kirk. All of it lies regardless. And again, if we go back to the criteria of what she put down there, plus or minus 3 days, plus or minus 50 miles. So the plane following, like, how does that make sense to anybody? Like, what is wrong with you people? The plane that's supposedly following Erica, it can land on a different day at a different airport. It can land ahead of time at a different airport, and it's still following Erica. That makes sense to you people. It's retarded. I don't know what to say. Like, if effing idiots. Like, if Candace can convince you that that is a story worth pursuing, and that is somehow related to Charlie Kirk's assassination, you're a moron. Like, I don't know how to, like, I'm tired of dancing around, beating around the bush on this. Like, I love you, but fix your brain. God, you're God's child. Use the brain that he gave you. I'm praying for you people. Like, come around. Like, get on board with, like, I don't know. Just using the logic and common sense God gave you. We got a couple of other super chats that I'm missing here. I agree with you, Gary, but I'm afraid Americans' attention span, I hope and pray I'm wrong. This is why we need, like you, to not let this go. Yeah, I'm not going to let this go until I'm convinced that there's either enough other people involved to where I can hand that off, or people have just come around and realized this is stupid because it's damaging our country in multiple ways. And it's revealing vulnerabilities to our political and foreign adversaries. That's what it's really doing. And, if you can be tricked like this from Candace, when we have someone that is much more competent, and then in the years coming, months coming, years coming, you drizzle in a little bit of AI, like, America's doomed. CJ Correnti, thank you, buddy. One of the best supporters of the channel ever. We appreciate you, man. Seriously, I appreciate you very much, bud. Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas. Have you seen that Tyler's defense is trying to dismiss the whole Utah prosecution department? No, I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out. Gary, I watched part of a video today by someone's named Coach Collins. Yeah, and I'm well aware of this guy. And something him like that. He claimed that Brian Harple's flights at DFW had a 32-hour layover. Have you heard that yet? I'm sure it's junk info. Not only do I know that that is nonsense, we've actually had the flight tracker that confirmed that flight left at 1:42 p.m. So again, Coach Collins, Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman, several of these other downstreamers from Candace are just pushing nonsense constantly. And I don't know what to tell you. Like, don't listen to them. I mean, it's like that flight went. And somebody actually sent it to me. They're like, because they were on Mountain Time. This is these idiots. So it said the flight left at 1:42, and they sent me flight tracker information from their buddy that was a pilot, and is like, look, that flight didn't even exist. They didn't bother to look at the flight number. But I noticed that what he sent me said 12:42, and it had the same flight number. He's like, there was no flight at 1:42. I'm like, hey, let me guess, you're on Mountain Time. And he's like, yeah. I was like, look at the flight number, moron. So, when he's reading that in Mountain Time, it showed it an hour earlier. He's like, oh, that flight doesn't even exist because it was an hour earlier. So we know that flight took off at 1:42 Central Time. It happened. It's legit. I have additional information. Brian was on that flight. He has 8 other people that went with him on that flight. He has his fiance that can vouch for him that she took him to the airport. These are things we're not going to get involved unless there's a subpoena from a court. So people, no matter how much proof that we give them, they want to come up with and then they just lie. And then we got, clowns like Coach Collins that comes up and just says lies. And they don't care. And their people don't care either. They don't care about any of it. It's not about the truth. Curious, tell us about the idea the U.S. military would ever hold a meeting to plan an assassination in the middle of the day in broad daylight. That to me is comical and enough to debunk this entire story. Exactly right. Look, that is not a function of the military. That would be like the darkest slivers of the blackest operations within the CIA and or other intelligence agencies. You're going to conduct an assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil, and then you're going to get a bunch of knucklehead privates and these people don't even have security clearances. 3/4 of the people assigned to Joint Task Force Southern Border, they're conventional army. They're not going to even have security clearances. And I'm telling you right now, there would not be a bunch of colonels, light colonels, majors involved in an operation, and every single one of them unanimously, there's no chance that not one of them, if they received that mission brief, like, hey, you guys are going to be, you're tasked with planning the assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah, by the way. You're going to stop what you're doing. I know, like, you were set up to help aid and assist Border Patrol with Border Patrol operations down here and keep people from coming across the border. But now what we need you to do is we need you to plan a secret mission. All right. And I know, like, all of your guys have nothing but high and tights and your hut military, conventional forces. I need you to plan a clandestine mission to go kill someone, a U.S. citizen, at UVU. And by the way, we're going to be doing that tomorrow. It is the dumbest shit on the face of the planet. All right. And if you believe it, you're dumb. Wukong. Thank you, man. All right. People are out there getting memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Appreciate your support. We got a super sticker from Mary Jean Blair. Thank you. If you had to guess, what's CO's next move after this devastating rebuttal to the Mitch insanity? She's going to double down. She's going to double down. I don't see her at least all of this next week. I'd bet sometimes by the end of next week, she may start to acquiesce or just try to change the subject. She's not going to come out and admit she's wrong. She's just not. I can tell you right now. I just don't think that's in her. And it's unfortunate because she has an opportunity between now and Monday or so I think there's a very limited window of time to where she could come out and she could say, hey, you know what? I got bamboozled. I messed up. I should have vetted this guy. I shouldn't have listened. And I just got this wrong. And she could even come out and say, you know what? I still stand by the Egyptian planes, the French assassins, the Israelis, and, you know, people in maroon shirts. All that shit's true. But I'm going to admit that I got had on this one and I shouldn't have. She won't do it. I don't see it. I hope she does. I will come on here and I will congratulate her and be like, hey, you know what? And I will send that out via X. I'll be like, hey, you know what, Candace? Thank you for giving us a little glimmer of integrity. And even then, it's not. It's, you know, she's just going to be forced into a corner and she's going to have to respond. And really, there's no other way out. But I don't see it happening. She's not going to admit that she's wrong. And I think she's going to continue to fight this and continue to come up with all kinds of excuses and talking about how, like, you know, this is just proof that it's true because everybody's coming out and proving it wrong, you know, which is what she does. It's crazy. Like, all of this evidence against the story that I back, it just proves it was right. Like, that's the psychology behind it. It's bonkers to me. Sean Faulkner, thanks to whoever gifted me a membership. Yeah, so there was a, you know, CJ Carenti, Wukong, and some other people out there that have gifted memberships. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you guys. And I do want to start. I'm going to try to get better at doing some member exclusive content. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like one live stream a week or something like that. That's just for members. But I'll definitely make some videos and things like that. I was actually meaning to do a membership exclusive, you know, just holiday, you know, Christmas wishes. Yesterday, one thing led to another. I got busy. And anyways, I owe you guys some exclusive membership content. And I just also did that on X. We got subscriptions going on X. I will try to come up with some different ways to make sure that we constantly give back to you, those that are constantly supporting us. We appreciate it. The hardest way to free people is through their minds. Dio Presso Liber. DOL, buddy. Wonder what group Wukong was with. When she said, I don't care about your stupid midterms, said everything any sane person should need to hear to show she has ulterior motives. I agree. Like, you have built your entire career claiming that conservative principles and that everything that you have done with politics is really important. And now there's this personal thing that comes up and you want to take people on a wild goose chase, and suddenly everything that you based your life on, none of it mattered. None of it matters. Like, and by the way, wouldn't like the normal, like if you were truly loved, cared about Charlie, wouldn't you at least say, look, I'm investigating this, but we got to keep Charlie's dream alive and we got to continue his work. That's what his wife is doing. But that's not what Candace is doing. She's doing the opposite. She's destroying everything that Charlie ever worked for. And I think that's the most indicative thing of a motive, right? Like, I don't know. Thank you, Gary, and all the mods for the best YouTube channel ever. Been listening since the beginning, and y'all have definitely shown a lot of great info. Thank you very much. Melinda Helton. Thank you. We appreciate your support. I used to follow CL, but it became insane. Ultimate grifter now raising $140,000 for another grifter and not backing down. And additional grifters like Coach, Barron, etc., Tyler, MK Ultra, the world is sick. I agree. I think there's really something to the idea that Tyler was MK Ultra. Now, again, we're looking into the Salt Lake City armed queers. There's a whole subculture of militant trans activists, LGBTQ, that I think we need to look at. It could be as simple as that, right? Maybe they radicalized him. Maybe it's not as crazy as, you know, some government entity or foreign entity. I think we need to look into all that for sure. And by the way, you know, these Salt Lake City, these trans militant groups, those could be controlled by government entities or foreign entities or political entities. I think at a minimum, they're supported by, you know, again, going back to like nefarious leftist groups. I think that's very clear. So I don't know. We got a lot to look into, but we haven't had a chance because we're dealing with freaking palm guns and nonsense and things that distract people from the real truth or potential truth. And then we're going to direct this entire investigation away from the most likely scenario. And we're going to just completely ignore all of the evidence that they're going to be able to show in court. And like the fact that people just write all that stuff off is a little bonkers to me. You're going to see not only what they describe in the charging documents, you're going to see lots of proof of everything in here. But then on top of that, you're going to see so much more. We're going to see clear footage, or we're at least going to see footage of Tyler Robinson himself on campus on multiple cameras. We're going to see Tyler Robinson climb up onto the roof, not like Spider-Man, just walk up the stairs, jump over the railing. So that's all you need to do. And then we're going to see him move in position. And we're going to see him in the right spot at the right time, taking that shot. And then we're going to see him get off. Now, one of the things people have brought up, and I am curious, and I think there's logical arguments for this, and I'm kind of going, my rabbit brain is, freaking kicking in here, squirrel brain. But I don't know why he jumped off the roof. He could have gotten away. I have some theories on that. He could have jumped right. He could have ran right back to the staircase. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We see that that's what happened, whether you believe it's him or not. Why would anybody do that? They had the staircase right there. What I will say is that it does take you around. Here, matter of fact, let's just kind of play with that a little bit. And I'll show this to you. Let me go to share this tab instead, and let's kind of work that out together in our own brain parts. So here we have Google Earth. Now, if we go over here, all right, so this is the Lossy Center. This position right here is where he took the shot, right about here. So, and he came up these stairs right here that go up to this, and then this flat surface, this is the walking surface, this is a pathway. All these brown brick-colored walkways are walkways in between buildings on a second deck, to include all of these over here. This is surrounding the courtyard. But he was right there. The shooter location was right about here. And then instead of running back here and going down the stairs, he ran around here and jumped off this. Now, he was going in this direction, and this is where he crossed the street over here. So it is a quicker path if you're willing to risk breaking your leg, because that is a hell of a jump. It's like 13 feet. As he's hanging off there, he's probably jumping 9 feet. Every time I jumped out of the airplane, I probably hit harder than he did. But, again, and he's young, which is another thing that kind of indicates youth, right? He was able to jump off that stupid thing. I used to jump off buildings and stuff all the time when I was young in his age. But these are the stairs that he went up to go up here and ended up getting roof access. So he would have had to come down here, go through this. There's a doorway. This is how you enter. All right. So you enter right here. There's a door right there. So he had to go through here, enter this doorway, and then go out of that doorway, then go this way. So he would have had to bring a gun inside. I don't remember if there were, haven't been there. I don't remember if there was cameras inside the building or not. Probably were. So, but regardless, what we did see is that he ran from over here. He ran around this way, and then he jumped off this and then ran over to, and then this right here is approximately where he stashed the gun in the woods. And even there's some mixed reports on that because they talk about him putting it in a chicken coop, and that's like over here somewhere, if I remember correctly. Anyways, so I don't know why he did that. I know that's a question that a lot of people have asked. I get it. I asked that question too. Not sure. LNW 1442. I as well know it's such nonsense the military did this, but you should look into why Candace chose the military to put center. She did it by choice and then curated the narrative toward it. She's done that with everything. She doesn't like the military. She's suspicious of the military. It's the same reason that the French got involved and the Israel got involved. Everything comes back to her worldview that certain actors in her worldview are malicious and nefarious, and it always comes back to them. And I mean, I think it really does come down as simple as that. I mean, there are maybe more, I don't know, sophisticated elements of that, but I think if you simplified it, that's what it comes down to. Mossad, CIA, French Foreign Legion, maybe, but our military, whether it was the 06 or the E4 Mafia, I pray and I believe they hold their constitution oath sacred and unwavering. They do. And beyond that, there's lots of military officers that, I mean, not 99.99% of all military officers, they're not going to do something and agree to something that's illegal like that. That's going to risk their entire careers and or the rest of their lives in prison, because that's what that would lead to. So there's that whole element. Just like my ex Candy is little miss can't be wrong. You know the song. I do. I'm a Pogue Jarhead. I like the blue flavored crayons. Fair enough. Thanks, Devil Dog. Appreciate you. I believe Tyler Robinson was informed on where Charlie was going to sit and what building to go to fire when ready. But here is what's important. Did he have a cell phone or radio at the time? I agree. I don't think any of that is very hard to figure out. I'm not going to do this tonight. I've brought up the model multiple times. I've talked about the fact that it didn't matter. Here, I already have the, let me add this. Let me pull down your comment real quick, and then we're going to make this big. So what I can do on the 3D model, this is his position. This is his position right here. All right, and he was about right here, and I got pictures of his imprints and everything else, so that's where we modeled the position. And you can clearly see Charlie right there, right? Now, here's the thing. No matter if they moved Charlie's tent all the way over to the left or all the way over to the right, the problem with, so the only thing possibly obscuring that view is the corner of this building. That's what would obscure the view. And what he ended up doing, and I've looked at this on the 3D model, is he got all the way over here as far to the right on this position as he possibly could, where he still saw Charlie. So that obscured the view of him by a lot of people over here. So again, he wasn't even able to be seen by half the people. So if there's people up here, anything like that, they just wouldn't see him because it was blocked by the building. But the fact is that Charlie could have put his tent all the way over to the left, all the way over to the right of where this is, and put him pretty much anywhere in there. And then I've played this out with the model. He was here, but if they moved Charlie all the way over to the right, facing Charlie, he could have just moved over to this position right here, and he would still had a clear line of sight of Charlie. So there was no position that they could have placed Charlie or placed the tent within this, which is obviously where they're going to put a speaker, where he wouldn't have a line of sight from that position. So, and again, if you know that they're coming to this location, UVU Courtyard, it's not hard to do a quick map recon and say, okay, where could I be if I wanted to shoot this guy? This becomes a very obvious position. I do think that Tyler Robinson had been there planning this, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe I don't know. There are reports of a guy prior to, there are students that have said they've seen a person out at this location prior to. Do we know that that's Tyler? No. Is it probably Tyler planning this whole thing? Absolutely. I think that is most likely. So, you know, this was not complicated. This was not hard. That's why it worked, because it wasn't. But he could have been, right? Again, I am not opposed to the idea that he didn't have material help. I don't think that was required for the planning of this. Like so many kids, when I talk to my kids, and you know they're playing Call of Duty and other tactical games, like they are so tactically minded. My 11-year-old could have planned this mission, could have figured it out. Like, all right, hey, you know what? We're going to take out a guy at this position. How are we going to go to do that? Like he would be all over Google Maps, figuring that out, pulling up the 3D models of it, you know, 3D version of it, getting lines of sight. and then you can go there, confirm that line of sight, get it figured out. It's not that difficult. And of course, we had UVU that didn't have coverage on the roof. They weren't, and quite frankly, neither was TPUSA security. All right. They weren't expecting a long range shot. It's not something they were set up to address, not something they were set up to really mitigate. And they expected UVU to monitor their roofs. That's their property. It is their responsibility to handle the physical security of their property. It wasn't TPUSA security. Sometimes I just had something done. Something done can be misunderstood. She may mean it happened to them. I just had my house robbed. I didn't have a role in that. Yeah. Okay. I'm not quite sure what you mean, bud. But thank you. We appreciate the super chat. And if you can clarify that, that'd be helpful. Thank you for the support. Monsterman 902. We appreciate it. Sean Faulkner, thank you very much, man. I know you already did a couple big super chats. We appreciate it. I bet $20 on if TPUSA would have come out and said that Charlie couldn't have had been so successful without Candace Owens, and she was a drug force behind his success. She would be singing their praises instead of trying to tear them down. Yeah, I agree. If they didn't come out, if they would have come out, basically what he's saying is that if they fed her ego, she'd still be all about TPUSA. Yeah, I don't doubt that either. I think that rings true to me. I don't know. Again, a speculation. That saves time, and he may have seen someone walking up the stairs. That's true. We don't know what was going on there. It does save time. It's a much straighter line, without a doubt. It probably cuts off, I don't know, probably it's 200 feet from that position to the rail, that I can tell you. So that would have been at least 200 feet down. Probably saved him 600 or 700 feet. So, probably almost a good 200 yards. Nice membership per $1 off shipping on ammo. Good show. Yeah, there you go. I like it. I see what you're saying. I think I don't know if that's something we have in place, unless my wife did it and I didn't know. But yeah, that's a good suggestion if that's what it is. How do we protect our kids from indoctrination? Man, you got to monitor what they're doing online. A few weeks ago, it's probably been a couple of months ago now, I did a interview with BX. If you're not following BX on X, I would. She also has a Rumble channel. She was completely pulled from YouTube and banned from YouTube without so much as a warning, talking about predators targeting kids on everything from Roblox to the Order of Nine Angles to the 764 network. Like, there are a lot of dangers out there, and we got to monitor what they're doing online. And I don't even know if it's reasonable anymore, but if we can keep them offline and keep them outside, that's the way to go. But I know that's probably not a reasonable expectation, but you got to be diligent and militant about monitoring what they're doing. Don't let them be in their room by themselves, just playing online, talking to whomever. There's lots of steps. Whatever works for you. I don't want to dictate what works for you and your kids, but you got to get aggressive with that if you really care, because there's no telling what they're learning about, what they're hearing, and possibly being indoctrinated and targeted. And the other thing is talking to your kids, making sure they understand that is a real thing. So, I think that's part of it too. Turkey Tom is a good video on the mass shooting manifesto killer. He has a section on several young people radicalized online and killing. Also other videos on kids being groomed on video games. We have played the Turkey Tom video here. If you haven't watched it, there's 2 Turkey Tom videos that are relevant, that are about the Charlie Kirk assassination, and specifically about Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs and their whole thing. If you haven't watched those, then you don't know the full story, because there's a lot of information there. I will check out some of his other videos about radicalized people being radicalized online. Thank you for that information. I haven't checked those out. I need to get him on. I'd love to have him on, and his channel is very eclectic. and for him to cover some of these things that he does, and very skillfully, by the way, does a really good job of reporting that stuff. And he's a young dude. Yeah, I need to get him on. Turkey Tom, if you're watching, I need to get you on. I'd love to do an interview with you. What about Cabot Phillips and Eric Kirk dating and attending a Trump rally together during the first campaign? Now Cabot is working for TPUSA. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much that is actually true and what's true, what's not. I think they did date prior to. I mean, what does that mean? I don't know. I think there's a lot of people in this industry that, just like with any other industry, like people date here. Like the reason that Erica dated Cabot was probably because they had very similar views and they were all into the very similar things for the same reason that she met Charlie Kirk. So it's not weird to me that they would end up in the same circles, right? Take it for what I mean. Maybe there's something there. I don't know. I don't think there's anything there to be suspicious on the face of it. It's easy. It's one of those things that's easily turned into something more suspicious than it should be. But there could be something there. I mean, explore it. I don't care. Just, I don't know, do it with a little bit of integrity and reason. How do we unite conservatives before the next election? Man, I think we first start off by exposing Candace for the information operation that she was, and make sure people realize that they've been duped by pure nonsense. Like, this is stuff that, and the other part of this too is, like, I keep saying, the conservatives, I still think 80+% of her human viewers, the real people that are viewers, I think are composed of Democrats and never Trumpers. And then there's like 20% there that are real conservatives that are just getting sucked into all this stuff. And probably a few other cross sections of other people and everything else. But I'd say like 80% of her viewership is not conservative, and I don't even know that it matters. But I do think it's really important that we show the world that for what she is and how easily people have been tricked, so they're not tricked in the future. I don't care if you're conservative, Democrat, or whatever else. We need to realize, or they need to realize, that they've been duped, and we need to set the record straight on that. Yeah, I did see that. Gary, look at the badge numbers on the report. Thank you, Amy. So there are badge numbers on here. It is 210, 220, and 200. Look, there's a lot of weird things about this supposed report. I don't know if it's true or not. I think there's a lot of indication here that this is completely made up. What I can tell you, going back to my point at the beginning of this, is if TPUSA handed this to the Candace crowd and said, hey, this is proof of whatever they were trying to prove, they would tear this apart. They would laugh at it. They would mock it. Look at this freaking Fed slop. Look how ridiculous this is. It's not even a real license plate. It's not a real license number. These building numbers aren't right. But she can produce this, and every one of her sycophants are going to defend this. Like, oh, no, this is legit. Oh, look how good it is. Oh, freaking pretty sure Jesus wrote this. I think Jesus wrote this. It must be true. So that's what we're dealing with. So crazy. To be clear, MK Ultra via Lance, he was a perfect target, not necessarily government. Could just be the trans freaks. Regardless, Candace Owens never looked exactly. I think that's a very real possibility, is that Tyler, first of all, one of the other things I had pulled up and was, I actually had a clip of Tyler when he was in his last hearing. Have you guys watched that? Like, the expressions on his face, how he's handling everything that's going on around him. Crazy. All right. The body language expert, Jesus, anyways, body language guy. He does a really good breakdown. I had parts of that. That was the show I was going to do the other night. I still have that show set aside. We're going to do that. He doesn't react like a normal person. I look at that guy and I'm like, that guy's a sociopath. And I think that's why he was able to do this. So you take a person that's already probably a sociopath, just doesn't react to the world the way that everyone else does. And then you put him in an environment where you got crazy Lance Twiggs. And again, if you haven't watched the Turkey Tom video that shows the psychosis going on within that apartment, you need to watch it. You know, what I can tell you is my perception is that Tyler is not the alpha type. Lance Twigg is a very dominant personality. He's crazy. He's also doing drugs, alcohol, abusing all of that. And then on top of that, he's buying black market hormones to change his sex. That's what's going on there. So whatever the psychosis that started off to begin with, it was much worse. And then you have this very dominant personality that I think is influencing Tyler Robinson in a very negative way. And probably, and on top of that, look, it's weird to me, it's gross to me, but let's say it's his first love. Like, you guys, everybody remembers their first love. Those people could have gotten you to do just about anything. And I think there's a component, I'm suspicious that there was a component to prove Tyler's loyalty to Lance by doing this. And I know that seems crazy to us, but I don't think it's all that crazy when you see what's going on with them. And then, you know, the ability, like I said, like I'm convinced, and that's what body language guy said too, is like, this guy is displaying sociopathic characteristics. I think that's what we're dealing with. So that's why he was able to go out there and, you know, be able to squeeze the trigger. And again, it's only 140 yards. I'm tired of people trying to make this into some like insane shot that, you know, somebody skilled and trained had to make. It's ridiculous. I made the same shot at a small target standing up. All right. My 8-year-old could go out there and shoot a smaller target. Matter of fact, he could take a 6-inch plate, my 11-year-old now. But I had him out at long range courses when he was 8, shooting 1,200 yards. No problem. My 11-year-old could take a 30-06, take a 6-inch plate and shoot that thing at 140 yards 10 out of 10 times. And I could have him run around, put some stress on him, and he would still hit that target. 140 yards with a magnified optic, not hard. Nothing skilled about it. Everybody out there, unless you're, you know, Michael J. Fox, all right, and have the same physical disabilities going on there, unless there's something going on with you physically, I can get anybody to shoot 140 yards at a man-sized target and hit it 10 out of 10 times. There's nothing skilled about it. I just now checked. The Mitch Show fund is at 141,820. I agree that should go to those. The snow is ruined. I agree, and I think Candace should match it. Your autocorrect sucks is Gary. Your autocorrect sucks is Gary. I don't know what that means. I think there's a joke in there. Oh, yeah, I got you. I know that the last message you put up there was a little weird. I get it. I'm tracking those, Sean. I know. Autocorrect gets me every time. Russian Kitty says refusing to call Candace Owens out by name was one of Charlie Kirk's mistakes. He called out some behavior and views, but never her. Maybe if he had this nonsense wouldn't have gone. Maybe if he had this nonsense wouldn't have gone. So I agree with that. And I think whether you like Ben Shapiro or not, I think that's kind of one of the things that he was talking about. It's like, look, we can be friends, all right, but when you're saying something dumb, we should have called him out. And I agree. That's a great point. Very good point. Thank you for staying on top of this. It's insulting when Candace Owens says she's the only one that cares about finding the truth, as if Charlie wasn't loved by many. Couldn't agree more. All right. Aside from Mike's Snow element, do you see a difference between Candace content and Valhalla VFT on the sub issue scripting as well? Thanks. Look, I like Nate. I disagree with him. I think some of this is, I would say this. I think he and I agree more than most people would realize. I think there is a a slow transition happening. And this is nothing he said to me. All right. What he said to me is that he likes Candace. He agrees with Candace. He doesn't like TPUSA. So I don't know necessarily that there's anything insincere about it. I think most of this is choosing a side. And he decided that TPUSA wasn't the side to choose. All right, I'll take TPUSA any day of the week. I was TPUSA before this happened, and that's part of the problem. Is that, you know, Nate, I think if Nate went through, and I've encouraged him to do this. I think if Nate went through all of her videos, he would see the same thing that I see, and would be just as outraged. He only watched one video. That's the only video he's ever watched and was outraged. Like, oh, this is craziness. I'm like, Nate, this is all her videos, bro. It's all of her videos. You know, he's gotten a big boost in subscribers from hanging out with Ian Carroll. He's friends with Baron Coleman. And then when you watch this content, he is look, he's straddling the fence a little bit on some of these things. I don't think it's out of I just don't. I think he likes these people personally and doesn't want to be in conflict, and just kind of stands back and, you know, decides he wants to be Switzerland. That's where I think some of this is. I think Nate's going to come around. He and I are talking. He sees things more and more the way that I do, and that's not like, oh, I told you so. I'm just saying, like, the more he actually looks at some of the stuff, the more he realizes what's going on, and we agree probably on 98+% of that. Let's do this, folks. So there's about 4 minutes, and we're going to go. I'm going to switch over, and I was trying to get to some of these other ones, but I'm going to do a bathroom break real quick, and then we're going to switch over, and we're going to stream Nate's stream, and we're going to see what's going on with that, and I will do a live reaction to all that. So let's just take a couple minutes. You guys go get something to drink, go use the bathroom. We're on intermission, and we'll go from there. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right. Bladder is now empty, at least for the time being. Let's hammer through. We got another. Actually, let me pull up that stream, and then we will hammer through some more super chats, because it'll probably be a couple minutes before he may go live right at 8, but it'll be a couple minutes before they get going. All right. And let me share that tab. All right. I have it pulled up. It's ready to go. We still got a couple minutes there. All right. Ammo discount was a suggestion. That is a great suggestion, Nidra. I need to hire you as my marketing woman. I agree. It wasn't complex. The crux is the shot and no exit. I know you have said you could load that round. TR is not you, which means that he had help. I disagree, though. That's my thing, TJ. So if I can load a round that would do that, which I definitely can, without a doubt, then there are things that could have happened to the ammo. And look, the other thing that I've said, and I'm suspicious of, is a couple things. I think that his grandfather may have loaded rounds that he used to let his kids shoot that could be low recoil and or with some sort of frangible bullet. And what I mean by frangible, I'm not talking about the center fire like you're shooting steel. What I mean is like a varmint round, like 120 grain, 110 grain varmint round. All right. Almost all varmint rounds are some sort of derivative or type of frangible ammunition. And those most likely would not exit on Charlie. There are definitely cases, and here's the thing, like when you look at all these cases where you have a 30-06 or equivalent that we can look at right now, and again, without going into different pathology records.
A lot of people in the chat attacking me before they've ever even seen the episode. So there's a lot of critical thinking going on in that, huh? Yeah, Nate's on the CIA payroll.
Yep. See, it's already started.
Nate's gay, I heard. I'm gay and my wife's a stripper. So we got that one going on. Probably true.
See, this is, I don't know if you guys can hear this. Anyways, so we'll talk about more of this. Bring that up again, TJ. I want to talk about what Nate is discussing right now. Because
we got death threats.
Yeah.
This week. It's that wild. I haven't even done the episode yet. And we're receiving death threats. No drinking tonight. I'm fighting off bronchitis right now.
All right. I want to pause this. So for those who didn't hear, I don't know if you guys can hear unless I pull it up or not. I don't know. This is something I saw the other night in his chat when he was even going over the Fort Huachuca thing to begin with, like a week and a half ago or whatever it was. He's seeing the same exact, he's experiencing the same thing that I'm experiencing. And that is as soon as you go off script, and the script consists of anything except for the official narrative, like they come after you in ways like there's guys trying to say, oh, look, we're going to do a background check on you. Like, search away, dude. I've had top secret clearances and other jobs. Like, I'm clean. I don't search your little hearts out. I don't take any money. I don't do anything like that. Like, I am not influenceable. All right. I'm not, period. All right. Unless you had my kids, the only time that I would get up here is if somebody had my family and was like, if you don't say this, we're going to do something to your family because we have them in custody. All right. That's probably the only way that you could get me to say something I don't believe. And that's the God's honest truth. So Nate is going off script here. He's going against the Candace crowd and they're coming after him. And, you know, he and I have even talked about it. He's like, this is crazy. I was like, Nate, I've been dealing with this stuff for 3 months. The moment I said anything about it, like there was no official narrative. I just said that the palm gun was bullshit. And they were like, you're a Fed. You're paid by Israel. Like, what? What does that have to do with anything? That's when I knew it was all a scam. This whole thing is a scam. This whole thing is a psyop. It's real, folks. We are being psyoped. This is coordinated. This is sophisticated. Wake the F up. You are being played. And Candace is just at the centerpiece of it. All right, let me big screen this and play here.
So if I'm hacking shit up, sorry guys. Honestly, shouldn't
you guys let me know if we need to adjust volume or
not be doing this episode, but there was no way I couldn't show up. Like, oy vey.
Here we go. I'm disappointed in you.
It's wild how many people are attacking me. You haven't even seen my episode yet. It's insane. Look at this. You haven't even seen the episode, and it's all the same people. Okay.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you, folks. I don't see him holding Candace responsible for this very much. All right. I don't. I think he's going to separate these issues. Maybe he will. I don't know. It's up to Nate. Again, I hope that he is doing this and is handling it however he handles it. I don't even know what he's going to do or what he's going to say. But I hope he's guided by his morals, his beliefs, and, you know, and I'm just going to give him credit for doing that one way or the other. We may end up disagreeing, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of him breaking away from Candace on this for this very reason.
Look, here's the deal. What we're going to go over in this video, we're obviously going to go through Mitch Snow. We're going to expose a bunch of his lies through his military career, his stories, and as well as his horrific 30-year background with domestic violence, punching women in the face, kidnapping children, all verified through court documents and him admitting to, by the way. We'll get into all that. A lot of people are trying to say that it doesn't matter what this person's backstory is. And what we're going to lead with actually is that it's the most important thing. His credibility as an eyewitness is all this story has.
Yeah.
I want you to think about this.
There is no.
What does the entire Fort Huachuca story hinge on? It hinges on one eyewitness's account of supposedly seeing Erica Kirk and Brian Harpool the day before Charlie Kirk's assassinated. There's no evidence of that. There's no pictures of that. There's no metadata of that. There's no nothing of that. The only thing we have is one person's eyewitness account. Now, if I can show you that this same person has a 30-year history of being a pathological liar, as proved by the courts, it actually does matter.
All right, just to everyday people, this is common sense stuff. All right, there's a reason you don't put crackheads on the witness stand. They don't have credibility. All right, and if you have somebody that is a professional liar that has been documented lying multiple times in court cases and is engaged in multiple domestic violence situations, has multiple women that are all claiming the exact same thing has been perpetrated upon them, it's just common sense, but it's not going to be enough for a lot of people.
Because what that means is, why would you, the viewer, believe someone who's got such a massive track record of proven lies, which I will show you. And guys, it's going to be all documents. These are not going to be my opinions. It's going to be all documents from start to finish.
Volume.
Okay. Here's what I want to say before we start the show. Obviously, Candace Owens fans are viciously attacking me before they've ever seen the episode. I'm not sure why. I'm not here to attack Candace at all. I have nothing negative to say about Candace. What I'm going to show you is how this person is a pretty good con artist. And I'm going to show you how he was able to dupe Candace Owens. I'm not blaming her at all for it, but he did. Okay. And I've seen Coach Colin is attacking me. Barron just got done attacking me. His entire audience is attacking me. Before they've, and I'll just say I'm just a little bit disappointed for you guys if you see this. You haven't even seen.
Look, folks, and I told Nate this would happen. He's like, no, Barron's a great guy. Coach Colin, great guy. We're all friends. No, they're not friends. There's a disinformation agents. That's what these people are. And I don't know. I hope he sees the light on this, and I think it's unfortunate.
My episode. So I'm not here to attack them either. I still like Barron. I like Coach Colin. I like Candace. I'm not here to attack anyone other than Mitch Snow. That's it. So if you guys want to attack me, that's fine. I saw there was a massive unsubscribe campaign that was leveraged on my account. And I want to say congratulations. I will show you guys you were successful. You got me. Yes, 153 unsubscribers. So for those all you in the chat that leveraged that unsubscribe campaign on the last video.
All bots, most likely.
Barron didn't attack me? Okay, well, I hope that's true. I haven't watched the episode yet, but everybody in the chat has been saying that. So Barron, if you didn't attack me, then I'll take that back. But according to everybody in the chat, that's what they're saying. But anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to work our way through this. Barron defended me? Okay, well, let me retract that, guys. So this is the problem, is because we have people in the chat spamming me that Barron's attacking me. See, we can already see it. My bad then, Barron. If you didn't attack me, it was just your viewers or Candace's viewers, which is fine. Yeah, you can call me a crybaby. It's fine, guys. Guys, you're not going to bully me. You're not going to, I see other people, you have time to shut Nate down. You're not going to shut me down, okay? All I'm here to do is show you who this person is. Okay? I want you guys to make up your own decisions. Support whoever you want. Okay? I'm not here to attack anybody. Not Candace. I like Candace. I still support Candace 100%. Baron, Colin, everybody. I'm still on everybody's team. But Mitch Snow, who we're going to talk about today, is a legitimate fucking monster. Okay? And for me, the reason why this got personal was not just the story he's telling on Candace Owens, but the fact that he's raised $140,000. And for those of you who stick with us through this whole show, the fact $140,000 is going to, yeah, you're not going to like it either. How am I crying? I know. We see the Candace fans. It's okay. Just keep an open mind.
Hey, folks, I just want to let you know I see all the super chats taking place, and you can continue to do super chats and questions and comments. I'm gonna try to go through all those. It's hard to switch back and forth between turning off his screen. It's two different. You know what I need to do? I gotta combine these. I can do this. Hold on. All right, let me split view this thing, and then maybe I'll be able to manage this a little bit better. Here we go. Now I'm going to switch this view. I guess I could hit play while we're doing that now. You don't have to talk. You don't have to listen to my inner monologue.
Okay. And and this again, how am I crashing out? Anyway, now this is not going to be for the people who've already made up their minds. This is for people who find out who this fucking guy is. And we found out who this guy is. And I'm going to give you the good, the bad, the ugly.
Anyways, what I was saying before I interrupted myself, we're going to hang on. We're going to put a pause in the super chats. I don't want to get too far behind on this. I'm going to try to limit my pausing and commenting on this. I will when I need to, but I will get to the super chats. Just bear with me, all.
See, the thing about a good con artist is there's kernels of truth. Exactly. And he is a good con artist.
He is.
He does have good documentation that would get past someone who doesn't really understand the military. Yeah, relax, guys. This is going to be a couple-hour show. Got to relax. Let's just ease our way into it. Okay, so let's get started. What we're going to start with at the beginning is talk about the lies that we know, some truths that we know, and then work our way into the vicious litany of the past. Okay. And yeah, if you're out, guys, again, this is for people who just want the documents and want to learn something. And again, make up your own decisions. Okay. You don't have to believe me. Take all the information, put it together, decide what you want to believe from there. Okay. All right. First thing we're going to get into the backstory. Okay, there's some things we have 100% disproved about the backstory. There's some things that are kind of true about the backstory. They're going to be interesting as well. Okay, so let's start at the beginning with his story about his initial time at Fort Huachuca, at the border, at the JTF, chasing down the cartels, exposing the tunnels. Guys, I'm not going scorched earth on Candace. I've already said I have nothing negative to say about Candace. Okay, guys? Relax.
What he doesn't understand.
This is about Mitch Snow.
What he doesn't understand is disproving anything Candace says is, in their minds, going scorched earth on their leader, and their God that they've turned, their deity that is now Candace Owens. That's the problem. It's like saying what Jesus didn't say was what he said, what Jesus said wasn't true. It's the same thing. It's attack on their religion. And they can't handle it.
Or Harry Lawrence Myers, we should say. Okay, so the backstory is his time in the military. We all know the story by now. He uncovers this crazy story about how the lieutenant colonel at his military unit is working with the cartels and El Chapo. Right, we know the story. Eventually what happens is, it gets shut down, but then the cartels are after him. Right? We remember that?
Yeah.
And he told Candace he's on the run for 30 years, hiding from the cartels. He's got to change his name. He's got to do all these things. Well, we found some things out with his military records. So what we do know is that, yes, Mitch Snow, or as Harry Lawrence Myers, joined the military January 11th, 1989. Okay. So I do believe that he was part of this unit, potentially, that whatever was going on down there. And again, kernels of truth in good con artist lives. He probably was involved in this unit, in some capacity. And he sort of spun that into a story about this insane story about the cartels, being on the lookout for him, and him having to leave the military so he could escape the cartels, fake identities, all this stuff. None of that is true. And we found that out is not true because it turns out, no, Harry didn't have to leave the military in 1990 to be on the run from the cartels. Harry stayed in the military, or Mitch, for another 6 years until November 15th of 1996. So what does that mean? That means no, all of that backstory that he gave to Candace about having to escape the military and escape the cartels, none of that's true because we know he stayed in the military for another 6 years doing regular military shit. Okay, proven through his military records. Now, what's more interesting to that is we talked to his first wife, who was married to him at the time, who said, when asked, I have no idea what you're talking about. We were never on the run from any cartels. Mitch, or Harry at the time, never mentioned anything about any cartels. None of that was true. But then what you heard later in a different story was that Mitch had this horrific rock climbing accident in which he fell 80 feet. He broke every bone in his body. And that's why he had to get out of the military. So what we found is Mitch was not medically retired. And again, I already showed part of his DD-214, which again, can't show the whole thing because it's got tons of personal information in it, but I'll show you here his actual bottom portion of his DD-214. We showed here discharge, right? So discharge basically means you were discharged. If you were medically retired, this would say medically retired. So we know that he lied both about his cartel backstory, and we know that he lied about the reason why he was removed from the military. He was not medically retired. Why does all this matter? Because all of these lies are going to compound. They're going to compound as we're going through this. Interesting truth. And this is where he was able to scam Candace. Is that, yes, Harry actually was, for about 1 year, a Green Beret. He did go through the Q course. He did lie about what he did in SF. He said he was a Special Forces medic. Documents show he was a Special Forces engineering sergeant. Not sure why he would lie about that, but he did.
I don't know either.
He was a Green Beret for about 1 year. He then tells the story about how, again, in a vicious training or a vicious deployment accident, fell 80 feet, broke his back. Confirmed through United States Army Special Operations Command, that's not true. He hurt his back in a non-deployment, non-service related event. Talking to guys, we got a long episode to go. You got to relax. Again, talking to the first wife, he actually injured his back in a extracurricular event in which she said was while he was drinking. So things we know are not true. All of the backstory with the cartels being on the run, not true. He was still in the military during that. And
all right. So you guys know that information he's relaying came from me. That's fine. We've been working on this. So we've been sharing this information. I gave him this information. I'll tell you more of the backstory. We were originally going to do this show together. I'll tell you a little bit about that at the end of this, but he didn't talk to that wife. I did. And I have no problem with him giving that information as his own, but just so we know.
guys, everybody who served in the military knows you're not on the run from the cartels while you're being stationed at North Carolina, going about your day-to-day life. But this is where he was able to fool Candace, because he did have a little bit of documentation that showed here's his military service, a little bit of military service, but he's what we call a short timer. So he did about a year in group, Special Forces group, and then hurts his back, uses that as an excuse to get out. So the backstory is made up. When it comes to the cartels being on the run.
Agreed.
We don't know where that came from. Nobody can corroborate that. According to the Army, that's also not true. Yeah, people are saying his says disability. Yeah, that doesn't mean medically retired. Completely different. Okay, medical retirement, medical and VA disability, two completely separate things. Okay, so there's no point typing in all caps if you don't understand the difference. Okay, he's not retired, which again is more lies. That's lies. Again, we're going to compound the lies.
He said he was
so again, to my point,
I'll pause this.
For Candace's viewers.
Okay, he said he was medically retired. Okay, he's not medically retired. That is stolen valor.
Who are so mad at me, what I'm explaining to you is how he was able to trick Candace. Because he did have a little bit of documentation here and there.
Great
sort of trick her into his backstory, which most of it's not true. Okay. So now that we've done that, name change. We got to talk about the name change. Very, very important. So as he told Candace, he had to change his name and his identity in the early 1990s because he was on the run from the cartels. That is another lie. He changed his name in 2010 legally to Mitch Snow, because that is his current wife's last name, Lead Snow. So no, he did not change his name. He did not change his identity as he was on the run from the cartels. He did that in 2010. For people saying we only care about the meeting, here's my thing, guys. There is no proof. All we have is his eyewitness account. If you want to believe his eyewitness account at the end of this episode, you are more than willing to do that.
I see it in the stream. Thank you.
Now,
glad you're enjoying it.
Now that we understand the backstory, okay, a little bit of truth, a lot of lies. Let's move into, this is going to be the bulk of it. Who this evidence, please? Okay, well, have him refute it. Okay, and also here's my thing, guys. Anything I say here, if people can refute it, feel free to refute it, but it will not be able to be refuted. Okay. Now let's move into real documentation. Now we're going to get into the deep darkness of this, and it's going to take us a while to get through all of it. Okay. Now, there's a lot of different women involved, a lot of different victims, lot of women who have restraining orders, domestic violence protection orders. This isn't one, this isn't two, this isn't three, this isn't four, a litany. So for all of you out here, if we're talking about the credibility of a witness, for all you women out there, I would highly suggest you stick around and listen to what this man has put people through over the years and all the lies that have gone into it. Okay. It's hard to know what order to go in, but we'll start with his let's start with, and again, the abuse starts in the 90s and it goes all the way until recently, as of a couple months ago, by the way. Show some receipts. Yeah, you got to relax, guys. Got to relax. We're doing it right now. Okay, first thing we're going to start with is his current wife, Lead Snow, who we're going to take first her statements that she wanted to put forward. I've talked to all of these victims at length. I've talked to his children, his son, who's coming forward this weekend as well. And then we're going to go through the court documents, because all of this is going to be corroborated through the court documents. Law enforcement, prosecutor, judges, everybody has corroborated all this. Let's start with the first wife, or we'll say first victim, and we'll work our way through it. Okay. So let's start here. This is going to be a statement that Lene wanted to give. We're going to read it before we get into the actual court documents that corroborate what she's saying here. But it's important because you're going to see some very common threads through all of these women's stories. Okay, so from Lene. Lene says, when I met Mitch, his name was Harry. He told me his sob story about how his ex-wife had taken his kids and he wasn't able to find them. He spent the first month of our long-distance relationship on the phone with me, nearly 40 hours per week at first, telling me his sad stories and interrogating me, learning all he could. I don't use that term lightly. He told me that he started out in the Army and Army intelligence and was trained in interrogation techniques, and in Special Forces, he was further trained in interrogation and torture. I can verify as a Green Beret, we are not trained in either interrogation or torture.
True story.
That is not true. As we move down here into, again, a lot more of this as it gets darker and darker. She says, I was unaware that someone like this could exist, especially when it was someone who was presented in such a way, someone who was kind, loved animals, had a hard life, but was looking for peace, for love, and a family. It wasn't until he suddenly found the children he had with his second wife and started court proceedings through visitation that I began to see the monster he truly was. By the way, he has a bunch of kids. They have all been either abandoned or he has lost custody of through abuse. And has paid no child support to any of them. We'll get into all of that. Just to give you just to start building the character of this person. He accused her of horrible, and again, this is going to be a very common thing with Harry, is accusing everyone of being after him. He's the ultimate victim in the story. All these women abused him. The cartels that you're going to see here, the cartels are after him. The Army's after him. Women are after him. Judges are after him. Prosecutors are after him. Everybody's after this guy. And including all of his exes. They're all the abusers. He accused her of horrible, unfathomable things. I was angry. I told him there was no way that was true. And he can't write that in his declarations. This is about his previous wife. He insisted that it was true, but also that you needed to exaggerate and lie to the courts to be believed. He tried to make me lie for him, but I refused. But when forced and threatened to do so, I used my words wisely to placate him. Come down into here as we start to get a little bit darker. And again, these things are going to be corroborated through the court documents. By then I was scared and I was pregnant and then raising a baby mostly on my own. While still being forced to help him with the case, he was already beginning his abuse. First, it was mental and emotional. The gaslighting and the nonstop manipulations. I was so confused and didn't know what happened to the man I had fallen in love with. I kept thinking if only I could do better, be better, make him happy, he wouldn't stop. But that was the foolish part. It only got worse. He hit me for the first time when my son was 2 weeks old. He started on one of his fights where he'd suddenly so angry and yelling in my face. This is going to become a very, very big pattern of abuse across all the victims. I never knew why he would do that. What I had done.
Folks, we have text messages of him admitting that he hit her, by the way. Text messages. Hey, you hit me in my face. And he says, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I shouldn't have done that. I have PTSD again. He falls back and makes excuses. So, and I'll probably show those before the end of the show.
Why was he doing this? He was acting like all I had done is something terrible, but I never knew what it was. I was forced to listen to him yell. That day he kept yelling until I was in tears. All I wanted to do was get away. I picked up my son and tried to go upstairs. He stopped me. He grabbed my son out of my arms and he slapped me across the face. Then he told me that he had to do it because I was hysterical. I was literally only trying to walk away from him and his insanity. I was eventually allowed to go upstairs with my son and sobbed with my baby in my arms. So what he did, and this is going to become a common theme, is he was using his current wife, Lene at the time, to try to help him get custody of his kids of Gretchen, previous wife, who he had also abused, which he was not able to get custody of. So when the case and this is going to be a pattern, he does this over and over and over again with each of the victims moving forward. When the case with Gretchen ended with his parental rights being terminated, I was secretly happy for them. I'm still so sorry I played a part. He wouldn't have been able to do it without me. He used my savings. He used my money. As you're going to see, there's a lot of this. My mom gave me it as an early inheritance. And when all that was gone, he forced to take out money from my 401k. So here we go. This is when we're going to see this from a lot of different people, including women, judges, law enforcement officers, sheriffs, who all say sort of the same thing about him. He tells women sad stories, claims all the women before him abused him, took his kids, and we're actually going to show you video of him on a podcast literally doing this with a fake accent, by the way. did horrible things to him, weaponizes the new woman against the previous woman. Huge pattern of this. I believed him at first until the stories got more and more insane. Has now happened with me several women he hasn't dated since me. They always believe him at first, eventually see the truth and leave him. I've endured 9.5 years of post-separation abuse at his hands. Okay, so that's Lene's statement. And again, I wanted to give all of these victims a chance to give their own statements straight from them before we jumped into the court documents to show these things. Okay, let's get into the court documents. What's that have to do with Fort Huachuca? We'll get there. No, again, all of you who are trying to justify abuse, it's fine. We're going to get there. We're building a pattern of lies and manipulation across it. Okay, so there's a ton of these. Declaration from Mitch Snow, and we're going to work our way through this. And we're going to show you all the things that the prosecutors, sheriffs.
You hear how these people not interested in this at all. Like, oh no, this doesn't prove that he's a liar. This doesn't damage his credibility. It's disgusting. These people should be ashamed of themselves. If this is Candace followers, I would rather have 3 people, 2 people, 1 people on my subscribers that are like you guys than 10 million of these losers, these idiots, these, like, that's scum of the earth shit. Like, you just want this narrative so bad. You want to bring down TPUSA so bad, you're willing to justify this nonsense. And folks, like, having to hear and listen to his actual victims on the phone, which is one of the reasons that I hope that some of these people come forward, it just hits different. Like, you know, they're telling the truth. You hear it in their voice. Anyways, I'm just disgusted by fellow Americans, to be honest with you.
Have all said and corroborated as lies things he's done. Okay, so she says, I obtained a protective order against Mr. Snow in April 25th, 2023, based off his lies about me and his kidnapping of our son. Yes, we're going to get into this, his kidnapping of his son, which is why he got arrested. And then later, multiple times, and then threatening to murder the judge who made the decision. Again, we'll get into all that. My order on April 25th did not include our son. However, Judge Shea Brown made it abundantly clear to Mr. Snow that he was to return our son. This is after he kidnapped him, essentially, to me that afternoon, and that would not not complying would not be acceptable. Mr. Snow has a long history of making up false stories of my son being abused. These are really disgusting. We're going to get into. I have never made false claims about him. He has done enough, and what he has done, hard enough to believe. That I don't need to muddy the waters by making up stories. Mr. Snow was the one coaching and forcing our child to claim that I abused him. He was convincing our then 11-year child that I did not love him, was fake nice, and that he would never have to see me again. He was the one who Judge Shea Brown determined was in fact using coercive control against an 11-year-old child. As we jump over here, this is the habeas corpus that was forced to get him to return the kidnapped child at the time here. So petition for habeas corpus, which was granted by the judge because he refused to return a kidnapped child beyond the time he was supposed to for upwards of, I believe, almost 3 months. But we'll get more into that as we go forward. Just some context.
Agreed, Catherine.
Everybody's saying it's relevant to the case. That's fine. That's fine.
No, it's relevant.
If you want to put all your eggs in this guy's basket, you can feel free to do so because we have a lot more to get through. All right. So, again, he's not only made false reports to police, but first called my closest friends and family members with his stories that my dad had molested me as a child and had abused our son, including Exhibit A in police report 2016. The police questioned me and spoke to my son. They found the allegations to be untrue. No charges were pressed. Why is all this important? Because he's got a history of making up lies.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so his other wife, he claimed the exact same thing. Exact same thing. So, like, this is just one of the tricks in his tool bag.
Which have been proven false by, again, the law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, etc. There's a ton of this. Why is that relevant? This is the source. The pathological liar that we're going to see is the person you are believing the eyewitness account of, which again, feel free to do that if you want. Okay. He claims to be a victim while showing himself for who truly is, an abuser, making up conspiracy theories and accusing everyone to get out of him. All right. So this is more of the kidnapping stuff here. And let's get down to, let's see where we're at. There's a ton to get through here. Let's see. There's going to be questions. Okay, yeah. So again, this is after he made sexual assault allegations against his own wife towards his son. Which it's gonna. There's a ton of this. It gets gross. And again, and there's some false claims of domestic violence here as well. We're gonna look at all these. Okay, so. He claimed essentially that he's claimed every woman he's been with abuses him, not the other way around, and etc. So he says here, the second call that month was a claim that I had assaulted him. So Mitch makes up a story, and we'll show that law enforcement corroborates the story's made up. Mitch makes up the story that his wife, Lene, abused him and threw acid or something in his face in a parking lot. And then also that, as you see here, she sexually abused her son. Okay. We're going to keep going. This is more of it.
Catch 22.
Let's get down into the actual officers' reports here. Yeah, we've seen this. Okay, let's get down.
Look, this is a conversation I have. Like, I don't, there's nothing that you can present. There's no way that you can present it. Like, there's nothing you can do to change these people's mind. That's just like, this is not for them. Who cares about them? There's probably 50% of the audience, and they're not the ones commenting. You know, who knows how many people, like, he has a big channel, he gets big viewers, more than me, don't care. But there's a lot of people viewing. And this is why I wanted to push him this information, and I'll talk more about why we didn't do a live stream together, which was strategic about all this stuff. Because I don't really care. I just want the truth. But there is nothing that he could present, and no way that he could. And by the way, I think a lot of these commenters are bots. I really do, or foreign people, or whatever else. Like, YouTube doesn't have the verification that we have on X, where you can see where these people are from, right? So that's one of the problems, and I think that's what he's dealing with. But there's no way to present this in a way that will be convincing to these morons. It's not possible. They don't care. They don't care about it.
Here we go. All right. The actual police reports and what actual law enforcement had to say. So these are the charges, child molestation charges, that he filed against his own wife, by the way. Again, when it comes to making up stories, there's going to be a lot of that. It's relevant. All right. Sexual assault report. This is from Sheriff's Department. We come down here. This is the officer on duty talking about when they received the call. Says that Mitch Snow, then said that he believed his wife, Lene, had been sexually assaulting his 4-year-old son. This gets dark. Before continuing the conversation, I contacted an on-duty officer, explained Mitchell was reporting a sexual assault, and requested the night shift make contact with Mitchell at his hotel room. And that he let Mitchell know that he did not believe the child was actually in danger. But if we get into what he accused his wife of, and this is horrific, I almost don't want to read it. Actually, I don't even know if I want to read this out loud because it's so gross. Essentially claimed that his wife was taking naked Snapchats of their 4-year-old son and sexually assaulting him. Now, he then later admitted to the police officer that Mitch hadn't actually observed Lene touching or kissing the child's genitals, but he had made those claims. Again, this is really fucking gross thing to make up about your wife to try to get the child taken away, but he did. As you can see, we move down here. And it's really don't even want to read this. You guys can read this for yourself. The things Mitch claimed about his wife that were proven not true. So it said here at the very bottom of this, during this interview, Lene appeared to be very upset that she had been accused of inappropriately touching their child. Lene stated it was evident that Mitchell was trying to obtain custody of their son and that will go through any length to accomplish it. Lene also disclosed that Mitch had 2 other children from a previous marriage that he lost parental rights to due to child abandonment, which he has. And of course, the investigator said, based on my interviews with both Mitchell and Lene, I don't feel there's any sufficient evidence to reason or continue this with this investigation. So the investigator threw it out under the assumption that it was not credible accusations. And again, you can continue to say none of this matters.
All right. I see some different chatter going on over in the thing. One commenter said something about he was blocked or banned or whatever else for questioning my integrity. Just so we're clear, mods, I don't care if people question my integrity. But that being said, the moment that you say something to the effect that I'm taking money or I'm paid by Israel or I'm paid by TPUSA, you're gone. All right? You're making a claim without any evidence, and that's verifiably false. I don't care. I don't need you. I don't need to sit here on my channel and take abuse from you. You guys can go talk that shit on Twitter or somewhere else. Like, F off. If you want to be here, you don't believe anything I'm saying, why waste your time? So let's not waste each other's time and get the fuck off my channel. I mean, it's as simple as that. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not going to sit here and take your abuse. If you have an articulate argument and you want to discuss it, I will happily do that. If you're just going to call people names and throw out accusations, we're not going to put up with that. I've said this 100 times. I'll continue to say it. You're gone. So there's that.
However it does. This is fucking gross. This is disgusting that you would make this up and lie. Lie about this. Lie about the mother of your child with things like this. And again, we're nowhere near done. Let's get into this, because now we're going to get into who this guy really is. Okay, so the sheriffs wanted to, or obviously had to talk to him about this. Okay, so sheriffs wanted to know, why are there so many requests for restraints, as in restraining orders and domestic violence protection orders against Mr. Mitch Snow? Let's see what Mitch has to say. The reason why there's all of these women who have domestic violence protection orders and all of these restraining orders on Mitch, under his own words, is because he's hypervigilant, especially when it comes to maintaining self-control, even when under attack. My military records can verify that when I was placed in hopeless situations, I admit, scared me to the core, and have scarred my soul. By the way, Mitch was never in combat. Mitch never saw war. So I'm not sure what he's talking about here. His coping mechanism has always been his self-control. We're going to see that's not true when he admits to punching women in the face and things like that here in a bit. And then he is asked again, why are there so many requests for restraining orders in the system? Because this is the only way that abusive and controlling people seeking to exploit me and those like me can ever possibly cause me and those like me.
Look, this is a great question and comment. It's because YouTube's making a shit ton of money off of Candace. And I think they're actively promoting her and all of her downstreamers as well, while they're suppressing channels like mine that have offering a counter narrative. Now, maybe that's just organic. Maybe I'm just saying, but I do think that YouTube and Google, all right, I think they are anti-American, and I think they're definitely anti-Trump, and I think that they are very politically active, and they know how that they can push this stuff, and I think it's a benefit to them. Look, they like being tied in with the government. They like being able to censor, and they're leftists. They're hardcore leftists, all of them. So it benefits them if a Trump administration doesn't exist, or a conservative and or Republican administration. So it only makes sense to push something like this, and all of her downstreamers that are definitely having a major negative influence, that are going to have negative influence on the midterms and are going to have a negative influence on 2028. They have effectively stopped everything that Charlie Kirk, all the momentum that he created, all the momentum. And now it's going back the other way. Now they're, all these claims against TPUSA, they're definitely defeating their political effectiveness. And I think Google is responsible for a large portion of that. And I think there's strategy, and I think there's intent behind it.
Any meaningful damage, as nothing else
by the way,
keeps me under their thumb. So again, This is going to be a common theme. Mitch is the victim. He's the victim of the cartels. He's the victim of the army. He's a victim of, these women. He's a victim. We're going to see he's the victim of judges. He's the victim of prosecutors. He's the victim of, a corrupt system.
I typically don't.
He's always the victim.
Yeah, of course.
And it always appears,
especially
again,
online,
as he says here. In short, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of vulturous people looking to take advantage of people with disabilities. And then a victim in a system essentially brands me as guilty before accusations are made. I dare my wife or any attorney to find physical willing of my medical records, which we've talked about. He hurt his back. This is made up. He did not fall and break every bone in his body. So here he says here, the reason why he can't abuse these women is because he is physically not capable of lifting or dragging his wife's body weight without extreme chance of being partially or fully paralyzed if he attempted to. And so here, and again, this is his own words.
According to him, there's no way that he could abuse this. This is the woman, by the way. Lene is the woman that he claimed, took his lunch money out of while he was in the car, and then yanked his arm out of socket, beat him with a hammer, broke his thumbs. Like, she only got both thumbs. Broke his feet, and then was created, set up the garage as a prison, but then left a hammer sitting there. Yeah, good luck with that. I think he watched too many Stephen King movies.
Military record and injuries do not scare those who believe in stereotypes in general, of little no interest in understanding veterans, as they perceive I can do far more than just protect myself from harm. So again, his claims are he can't protect himself from harm. He's this poor Green Beret that's just getting abused by women.
Lene is
even though he's got a litany of domestic violence on top of it. So again, lies, 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 lies. As he said here, and this again was proven not true, I have caught Lene inappropriately naked with my son in her bed at night, taking pictures with Snapchats, etc., etc. Okay. Again, we went through the habeas corpus act as well, of when, again, he kidnapped his child and forcibly had... we haven't got to that about what happened when he kidnapped his child. We'll get to that, because that adds in a bunch of other people when he threatens to kill judges and different things like that. We'll get to that. But what I wanted to first show you is, again, this is not the first time somebody said, why isn't he in jail? He has been in jail. He's been in and out of jail, as we're going to see as we go forward. All right. Look at all the people defending this already. This is crazy.
Insane.
We're not even to him admitting to punching women in the face and shit, guys. Yeah, look at this. Who cares? I do.
Yeah.
I do. I do care about that. There's no crashing out. Again, guys. No, he doesn't have any. Somebody said he has receipts for the meeting. Where are his receipts for the meeting?
Yeah.
Again, guys. He has no proof of anything. Everything in this guy's story hinges on, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Look at this. Look, these are, I want you guys to see who these people are. Let's just keep in mind who these people are. But again, this is not his first time doing this, making up wild stories and being on podcasts. If you guys didn't see, Jesse on Fire talked about this and showed this. He's done this before as a fake, with fake accents, with a different fake story. Let's take a look.
You did.
Meeting that happened. I couldn't of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there, that there was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed a location with other people that are on Fort Huachuca currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't confirm that you saw who you say you saw.
There you go. As Candace said, I cannot confirm you say who you said you saw.
So the problem with that that is the material element of this entire story. He can't confirm, even though she claims. Again, I got a whole clip that I'll play you of what she claims. She vouched for the credibility of his story throughout. She said, "This story is legit. I can't confirm that he saw what he said he saw, but this story is legit." All throughout that like hour-long podcast, she talks about how credible his story is, how credible he is. I can't vouch this part. She owns this story. Like, she can't get away from it. And I'll play you a clip that's showing. And by the way, she also put out that this was divinely inspired, that this was an answered prayer to give it more credibility. Like, that's how bonkers this nonsense is. But I'll play that clip for you off my somebody remind me.
100% hinges on Mitch Snow and his accountability. Now, if you're accountable, would you be doing stuff like this?
If you had to put it at a percentage, would you?
Garage that she
Now watch. Hold on. Like this in of itself is like crazy cognitive dissonance. Candace isn't backing Mitch as a person. She's backing what he claims to have seen. I really think it's different. How is that different? It's a eyewitness testimony that hinges on his credibility. And then how is she verifying what he saw? How can she even say that? Like, she can't. It's hope. She's hoping it's true, and she's going to tell the story even though she can't verify any of it. That is unethical. It's wrong. And by the way, it's also at the same time, it's also accusing the United States military and the men and women in uniform of murder. That's what is happening here. Like, it's disgusting from point A to point Z all the way through. It's disgusting. It's wrong. It's immoral. It's unethical. It's bullshit. And 3 African Violet, like, I don't know how detached from reality that you can be to say something as silly as this. I love you. I pray for you. God bless you. But wake up a little bit.
5%. Okay.
95 to 99. All right.
So he's not even 100% sure, by the way. But here's him on a different podcast with a different accent, with a different story that he's trying to crowdfund money for.
Lures me to the garage that she
Let me just address this real quick. Hey, folks, and again, mods, be careful with this and don't be overly aggressive. Again, it comes down to if they're using that ad hominems toward me or other people, I don't care if they say it towards Candace or whatever else, whatever. What does happen, folks, I've been guilty of this too, is again, you see a comment, you're trying to click on it. This thing is moving very quickly. And sometimes you click on the wrong person. So Megan, I apologize if you got blocked or put on timeout or whatever else. Mods, try to be careful. Don't be overly aggressive. If they're just, if they're trolling, I don't even care. I don't even care if they use ad hominems. If we have somebody in the chat that's trolling over and over and over, they're just saying the same thing and just being a pain in the ass. And they're not, doing, contributing at all to the conversation. Get them out of here. That being said, be careful who you block, be careful who you ban. It's easy to make that mistake, folks. And I've had a lot of people contact me and say that. So it's, we're just human. All right. I'm just human. I'm working on that. Ordered metal legs.
set up to be like a.
This is important. Okay. This is some kind of like podcast that he's doing where he's talking about an incident that supposedly happened with his wife where he was arrested for domestic violence. Okay.
Yep.
This guy's a Green Beret, supposedly, right?
Yep, supposedly.
Okay, this is a crazy.
Yes.
We know he was, or we think he was, as far as we could poll, but it also makes the story way less credible. Again, he's getting kidnapped and beat up by all these women when he's 5'10", 250-pound Green Beret, by the way.
Yeah. Getting his arm yanked out of socket by a woman.
Is what he is. Okay, ready? Watch this.
Like a little prison, she broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. So
He knows how he has a different accent. He's got a Southern accent in this one, as he's on a different podcast with a different conspiratorial story about a bunch of corrupt judges in Washington that are out to get him. Is it starting to sound familiar? The whole world's that's out to get to Mitch Snow, just like the cartels and the army. He's got a pattern of this.
And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, feet.
Yeah, okay. This tiny woman that he's married to lured him in and broke both his thumbs with a hammer. This 5'10", 250-pound Green Beret. Okay.
Back my skull. Eventually, I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him, having her maul him with the dogs again. And she had done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying, I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle, hold on my arm while I was holding the phone, dislocated my arm. That's actually.
This tiny woman dislocated this 250-pound man's arm. That's why he's in his splint right now, by the way.
One of the surgeries, and I'm still recovering from getting surgeries from it. I saw there was already cops there. They were sitting on the corner at DeMoss Road and Van Giesen out there, Benton City, not far from our house. Like,
again, this is like this year, guys. This is from this year. This is a person who tricks his way onto podcasts to tell crazy stories.
But he's
is what this appears to be. And by the way,
yep,
like I said, this is going to get verified shortly. This guy is full of shit.
400 feet from our house, I could see him.
He's not disabled. That's more of his fucking lies, ladies and gentlemen. Just because you're disabled, you have a disabled percentage in the military, ask all the people in the military here. I'm 100% disabled veteran myself. Does that mean a tiny little woman could trap me in a garage and beat the shit out of me and hold me hostage? It's ridiculous. This is just, again, we're building a pattern of lies. You're going to see over this whole episode, lies, 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 lies.
And they weren't coming over. They were just sitting out there outside of their cars talking and chatting with each other. And
it's been an amazing trip. And most of all, it's the people that I've gotten to meet and hear their stories. It's absolutely fantastic. This has been wonderful.
So dramatic.
I want you to meet a man named Mitch Snow. He's very, very interesting. He is the new Egyptian planes.
So, a few things here I want to talk about, guys. Retired Staff Sergeant Mitch Snow. This is his own profile, his own bio. When we talk about lies, lies are important when we're talking about the credibility of an eyewitness. He's not a retired staff sergeant. You can show that by his records. He was discharged. I know I was medically retired from actual serious injuries that involved having both my shoulders completely reconstructed, bunch of knee surgeries. And you know what my document says? Medically retired. But also, he claims he's a United States Army Special Forces medic. He was not. He was a Special Forces engineering sergeant. A medic is an 18 Delta MOS.
He's an 18.
The engineering sergeant is an 18 Charlie. Yeah. These are just things, just weird lies. And when people are pathological liars, they'll lie about bizarre shit that doesn't even make sense. Like this. Why would you lie about these two things? You weren't retired. You were discharged. You're not an 18 Delta. You're an 18 Charlie, which would have been good enough. You didn't fall 80 feet and break it in every bone in your body. None of that's true. And so again, to my point, guys, these are all lies.
I agree with this statement.
So why would we believe his eyewitness account? And we're not even close to done. Why would we believe an eyewitness account of a guy who's a pathological liar? I mean, you guys want to, and we're not going to stop. No, we're not going to stop.
Where did he get the phone? She took the phone.
We also
and broke his thumbs, and then he still got the phone back.
Have another protective order. When is this from? 2025. By the way, this stuff is recent. These are recent. 2025. This is to, again, reinstate the domestic violence protection order against his current wife, Lene. And what did the judge have to say to this? Okay. This is what happened recently when he went on that last podcast and made up all those stories. This went before the courts after he did this. And a judge had this to say. Okay.
You're right.
Whether the respondent has committed or threatened sexual assault, domestic violence, stalking, abandonment, abuse, financial exploitation, or neglect of a vulnerable adult or harmful acts against the petitioner or any other person since the protection was entered as this to a factor, there has been a significant amount of evidence related to postings on the internet and podcasts regarding this case. Mr. Snow has claimed that he is not responsible for posting, but he has cooperated in interviews providing information. Mr. Snow's actions may constitute a form of stalking. This is a couple months ago. Whether a respondent has violated the terms of protection order, based on the evidence presented, the court is concerned that Mr. Snow's actions violate the stalking provision of the protection order. This is like what? Earlier this year?
Agreed about this.
These are recent.
Full of misinformation.
Okay. And this is from the judge. Court, again, Mr. Snow spends a lot of time addressing the merits of the original order rather than the factors that are relevant to the renewal. Mr. Snow has not met the burden to show that there has not been a substantial change in circumstances that he will not resume acts of domestic violence. Therefore, based on the applicable record, this court grants the motion for renewal and the order is attached. This just happened where the court said, this guy is still a threat. This guy is still a domestic violence and stalking threat against the victim as of.
She's going to change it up. She will, again, to the reasonable among us. She's going to lose the little bit of left of reasonable people in her audience. She is going to lose credibility because this was horseshit to begin with.
This year. For all of you who think he is a credible source. That's this year. And we're going to get into more. There's plenty more victims, plenty more domestic violence to go through. This is one of many.
True.
And it's about to get worse. And you're about to see admissions of punching women in the fucking face for all of you who say, this doesn't matter. It matters to me. Okay. All of this stuff matters to me when you've raised $140,000 for this person. It may not matter to you, and that's fine.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. He sounds just like watching Misery.
I'm not doing it for you. But it does matter to me. Okay, let's jump into the next victim.
What we're doing.
Another statement. And then we'll get into the, again, court documents and the admission to these things by Mitch himself. Another victim, which is Candace Graysick. And again, guys, hold on. Let me just say this. To all the men out there. To all the men out there in the chat. Or to the women. If you had 4 or 5 different people who had domestic violence protection orders against you, Who do you think the problem is? Is it all of these people that filed all of these restraining orders and domestic violence protection orders against you, or are you the victim? Are you the 5'10", 250-pound Green Beret who's got all of these charges against you, the victim? Let's keep going. Here we go. Let's jump into it. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. It's not really going to get better, but it's going to get worse. Okay. Another victim.
Hold on, folks. I think this is important. We probably need to pause here anyhow. I want to play for you what Candace has said, because I think this is really important, even kind of to preface everything that's going on here. We're going to share this tab instead. I want to make sure that that's what we're actually watching. Good. All right, we're actually watching it. Sometimes it doesn't switch over the way it should. But I think it's important that you see what she says.
I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they land. There are
right.
Well, what I'm about to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your minds. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement.
No, understand, this is beginning her first episode. This is her first episode where she right off the bat said, hey, this story is going to be so compelling. You're going to be forced, the U.S. government is going to be forced to admit that they were definitely involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
In his assassination, but I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they land. There are sort of smoking guns in this that are missing, right? It's one thing to point out all the lies, but we need to also have solid, concrete proof of something that took place that was out of the ordinary in the days leading up, maybe, I don't know, a planning session. Well, I got back home after this very intentional prayer, and don't tell me why. I don't know what came over me, but maybe it was this intentional prayer. The person that I spoke with, his name is, or was, Harry, and he told me a story which I have since fact-checked various elements, the elements that I could fact-check, and it's legit. This is a legit story I'm going to share with you, and I want to say before I relay it that the descriptions of the people are based off of his own memory, but the facts pertaining to where he was, whether he was where he says he was, for the reasons that he says that he was there, he is being honest. Okay, I can tell you that he's being 100% honest. Now he says to me, communicated this to me very clearly. So Candace, I know how these meetings work. These are the meetings that are had ahead of an operation, like when an operation is being.
But the operation was never specified. So again, this is just suggestion. This is innuendo. We're going to lead you to a conclusion that is never actually specified, which is her being slimy, gross, and just playing games in an attempt to not get sued. But I can't imagine that there'd be a judge or a jury out there that would buy into this nonsense.
Confirmed, you have these final meetings and they involve all the higher ups, and you are trying to do this in a very isolated location where, you know, people are not going to accidentally happen upon you because they've got something to say about what happened 35 years ago. And he happens to walk in at the exact time that they are concluding a meeting, and he is kind of even more impressed because he sees about 12 lieutenant colonels, and then he sees 3 men walk out, and he said certain that the person that is with him is Brian Harpel. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's about to get even more interesting. So, and again, I'm going to say allegedly because I wasn't there, but I have spoken to this guy, and I very much trust what he is saying. I think he is very credible. Okay.
She thinks he's very, very credible. Very credible. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with that. So there you go. She owns the story through and through. And by the way, all throughout the rest of that podcast, she claims that this story is legit. She constantly is vouching for his credibility. Let me see here. Let me get back to this. There we go. All right. The stage, let's play it forward. So the idea that she's not attached to the story, she hasn't vouched for him, hasn't vouched for a story, utter nonsense. Factually incorrect.
Candace, and I've talked to all these victims, wonderful women, by the way, as far as I could tell. Very, very difficult for me to sit and listen to, not because of them, but because of how emotional they were and the things they told me. And again, we're not talking about 1 victim. We're not talking about 2 victims. We're not talking about 3 victims. All right, next victim, Candace Graysick. So, as Candace says here, I would like to address a few items. I am a domestic violence victim of Mitchell Snow. I have a 12-year domestic violence petition order against Mitchell Snow. I have CPTSD due to the trauma from when Mitchell beat me up, raped me, and assaulted me. My healing was taking extra long from a hysterectomy when the doctor noticed bruises on my body, asking if I had been abused. At that point, I had a TBI, traumatic brain injury, from the night in December when he broke through the door of our master and picked me up and slammed my head in. And by the way, we're going to watch him admit to this. When I finally left after several months, after severe coercive abuse, he took my car, took my keys, went to the biker clubs for the purpose of taking Nate, that is going to be Lene's son, who was, as we saw earlier, kidnapped. Which, by the way, Lene does have full custody of the son. Mitch has no access to the son.
All right, folks. So some breaking information here. I just got proof from Erica Kirk of where she was at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time on, let me zoom in here, September 9th. All right, so I'll show that to you in just a few minutes.
Whatsoever anymore. So thank God for that. And then, yes, threatened to kill Superior Court Judge Brown, Massey, and myself. We're going to get into all the court documents from that here in a second. Mitch was so psychologically convinced that the lies of Lene abusing Nate, stealing money, and bribing people is all Mitch coercing Nate. It's the son. I have videos of Mitch coercing Nate. Mitch tried to convince me the FBI of judges were being bribed, and we're going to get into the entire government's out to get Mitch, right, as we work our way through this. Yes, FBI judges were being bribed. Made me sit with them, were threatened to end my life if I did not stand by him. There are multiple records of the crazy, insane, abusive personality that is Mitch. His first wife has a lifetime restraining order. First wife, that goes back to the same wife who told us nothing he said was true. Also, with the son, Cameron, who is coming out tomorrow to expose his father, by the way, publicly. There are multiple records of crazy, insane, abusive personalities that is Mitch. His first wife has a lifetime restraining order for a reason, and parental rights were terminated. Mitch is paranoid. And creates conspiracy out of his own delusional head. That sounds familiar. He also stated, due to his Special Forces training, that coercion is a key, and telling a different story in order to accomplish your private objectives is the goal. Recently, there have been a few podcast videos that surfaced where Mitch and Kat are lying on record about multiple people, judges, exes, things already settled by the court. That's the video we just watched through Dressy. Now, this is the statement. Let's move into the actual court documents here. Okay, here's the court documents. This is another domestic violence protection order. These are going to add up with a lot of different women, it turns out. I think he's got five or six different women that have either 10 plus a year or lifetime restraining and domestic violence protection orders against him. Because again, this is a trustworthy guy, right? Right, guys. The type of guy that has like 5 or 6 women that have lifetime domestic violence or restraining orders against him. He's a pretty trustworthy guy, right? We're building that up. Let's keep moving. Let's get into some dark shit, huh? All right. So this is, never mind. This is the state of Washington against Mitchell Snow for felony charges and threats to kill a bunch of people, including judges. We'll get to that here in a second. Let's get to the domestic violence protection order against Mitchell Snow from Candace, who we just saw was the statement we just had from being assaulted, raped, all those different things by Mitchell Snow. So as you can see here, the DVPO, okay, notice and hearing, protected persons, current or...
Yeah, look, as I have found out about all this, the most shocking thing was that he was indeed a Green Beret. It's disgusting. I'm ashamed. Trust me, one of the things I'm going to be pushing for is I want to make sure that this information is relayed to USASOC and other people. And I think this guy needs to get his tab revoked. I don't know what it takes, but this should be enough. This guy is a stain upon the regiment. He's a stain on every single person that's ever worn that green hat. And there's enough documentation. There's enough court cases. This guy needs to have even that removed from him. And my God, if Candace gives him $140,000 while doing nothing for his victims, utterly disgusting.
Former spouse, etc. As I want to move forward here, as we get into actual text messages and emails and admissions, as we move forward here we go. This is where they start. Okay, so this is where it gets insane, as you're going to see. This is after Mitch had abused and punched Candace in the face, and you're going to see it.
All right, so all this stuff is really heavy. Obviously, I mean, again, I don't know, man. Talking to Gretchen, talking to some of the other women involved, talking to his kids, like I almost have a hard time listening to this. Here's what I'm going to do real quick. I want to share with you what I just got. I think it's really important, which is exculpatory and proves that Erica wasn't there. Prior to this, I sent Andrew Colvett a message. I was like, hey, do you have any proof that Erica was not at Fort Huachuca on the 9th? And this is what I just received. This gets a little complicated. Let me remove this for a moment. And let me remove this. I want to show you these text messages I just got. And you guys will see this. I think it's a nice quick break from this. All right. Hopefully, just so you guys can see what's going on, just so I can see what's going on here, because that screen's small for me. But I asked him, hey, do you have proof of this? He says, but it's worth saying Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet's gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie on the 9th, went to the office with Charlie all day, woke him up from a nap before a fox hit, went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then the next one, I will show you guys that one, the continuation of this. Right here we have this one. And then I'll show you an up-close picture with the metadata that we have on the screen itself. Proof, she was with her kids at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time, which again, in September, Arizona's on Pacific time. Taking them for a walk. Apparently I wasn't supposed to share that. But anyways, point being is that's 8:33 a.m. It shows the date on that. Sorry, Andrew. I screwed that up, man. I was trying to run a podcast and do everything else. But again, it's proof of what's going on here. And I'm going to share the final screen, the final picture that shows the metadata for this, that she was indeed with the kids. I keep hitting the wrong button. You guys can see that. It says right at the top, September 9th, 8:33 a.m. Case closed. Case closed. All right. Erica wasn't there. Brian Harpole wasn't there. He's full of shit. Don't know what to say. And again, the crazy thing about all this is it's not enough proof for anybody. All right. Let's get back to this.
Candace, the woman that he is abusing. He says here, Candace is the best woman a man could have ever hoped for. She was the best mother figure to Nathan, that is the child, we will ever have. We will never stop grieving the loss. This is I believe, an email. Okay, as we move here, now we're getting into text messages as it gets really creepy, and you're going to see the psychotic behavior of an abuser as we move through these. All right, here's text messages, again, after he had abused her. He says, Candace, you are sealing out.
All right. And I actually have screenshots of those text messages. We'll see about sharing them at the end if I remember to.
Our fates. We have been crying all night, all morning for you. I went out to look for you, worried you did something to hurt yourself. Don't be cruel to Nate or me. So what this is involving is that Candace has a bunch of video evidence of all the things Mitch has done. And after abusing him or abusing her, Mitch was terrified that Candace was going to come forward with this information because he knew he would lose any chance or visitation of his son, which he did after this. But these are the text messages that went into that. It says, everything is my fault. I'm sorry, but don't kill Nate's only chance that you've worked for so hard. Again, as he uses women to try to attack previous women in his life, at this point, Candace had figured out. We're going to black out images of the son, but he sends these poor me messages to Candace with the son. Without those files in the computer, Nate is dead and you know it. So he's trying to say that Lene, the mother of the child who has custody, thank God, was going to kill their son if he was returned to Lene. which we showed earlier. Obviously, the courts forced him to return the child. And this gets any women watching this who've been in abusive relationships. Abusive relationships are going to recognize this, as you can see, just constant spamming of text messages. It says, I'm asking you to go look for the cohabitation laws. Candace, Nate want to say goodbye in a good way. Don't do this, Candace. Please call him. Without those files, we're dead. Nate's dead. You know it. More begging. We're going to get to it here in just a second. Hold on, let me pull these. Oh, here we go. Again, just all of these are from him to her, just over and over and over again as she doesn't respond. I know you hate me right now. Just pick up and yell at me. This is because he just beat the shit out of her, by the way. I want to talk, want to hear your voice. Please, please, please. We'll wait for you. Now he's saying, I got a $10,000 credit card. I'll buy you a new ring. All of these different things. I know I suck. I know I've been miserable. I'm losing the battle. Again, we all know this type of behavior. And then here it is.
Yeah.
We have Mitch say, I'm sorry. At times, I just can't say things I want to, but dear God, I can't. And it says, you goddamn piece of shit. You hit me in the face tonight.
Yep,
Mitch says, yes, I did. I'm sorry I drank too much. And she responds, you tried to break down the bedroom door, calling me the devil. So, I mean, in his own words, admitting to punching women in the face and abusing them. So, no, this is not 30 years ago. This is 2 years ago, by the way.
30 years ago.
And so, as we continue with this, for those of you who want to continue to support this man as he's raised 140,000, and we're not done, guys.
Why not? Candace continues to support this man. Why shouldn't her cult continue to support this man? She isn't leading by example.
It's $140,000 as he admits to punching fucking women in the face and trying to gaslight them and trying to emotionally manipulate them into insanity. There's no lacks. You think somebody said that lacks context? Just straight up admitting to just punching a fucking woman in the face, that lacks context for you? And guys, this is, do I need to show you again what this is from? This is not just.
I mean, listen to the cognitive dissonance that's taking place. And again, I'll be honest with you. I think most of these people in this chat, most of these things in this chat are bots. So take it for what it is.
Random text messages. This is from domestic violence protection order investigations, guys. This is real shit from the courts who did investigations into this. We're not even through all the women. And so this is my point with all of this is I entered this feeling like, okay, I'm going to figure out the truth about the story. You know, is this guy really who he says he is, right, with his military story? And then I start learning all of this. And I'm horrified. And you could say, oh, well, maybe they're making it up. Not every fucking woman for the last 30 years. The first wife, the second wife, third, fourth, multiple women in between.
I agree.
I will challenge you. I am about to turn 40 years old. I have never been arrested. I have never had a misdemeanor. I've never had any charges against me. You guys can look and find them up. And I'll bet you the vast majority of men in this chat can say the exact same goddamn thing. Because normal men who are out doing the right thing don't have 7 fucking domestic violence protections orders against them across all these different women over 30 years. Men who tell the truth and are good men do not have 5 restraining orders against them. They're not in and out of jail for beating the fuck out of women and admitting to it and kidnapping children and threatening to kill women and judges, which we're going to see next. But you have people like this.
Yeah. So this is actual sources, actual proof, actual receipts. They don't want none of this stuff. They don't need that. All that stuff is a waste of time. Receipts, proof, which is why they don't expect it from Candace. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the narrative. It's religion now. It's faith-based. Like, it's just faith. You know, it's belief in something without evidence. This is a religion. This is a cult. And these people are freaking Looney Tunes. It's as simple as that. And they will throw a woman to the wolves. I mean, basically what they're saying is like, I don't care that he beat you. I don't care that this guy is a freaking liar. I don't care about any of this stuff. As long as you tell me he saw Brian Harpole, I'm going to believe it. Brian Harpole has a solid alibi. Erica has a solid alibi. It's all bullshit. The congressman, Amadai, or whatever his name is, he's on video at the exact same time. They're basically saying that he was in Arizona. It's all a lie. It's crumbled. It's gone. It's bullshit. Forget about the fact that he's a piece of shit and that he is one of the worst human beings on the face of the planet. Forget about all that. Doesn't matter. The story is gone. You don't have to like it. You can live in your candy cult.
People saying, who cares?
Yeah.
I care. And this is why I said,
Who cares?
this
Exactly.
ain't about Candace to me anymore.
Should be.
This isn't about Candace Owens.
Should be.
I don't blame Candace at all.
I do.
Candace got fucking tricked by a guy who's been tricking women over and over and over and abusing them. And this isn't only that. With Candace, not only was there physical abuse and emotional abuse, he also took 7 credit cards out in her name.
See, the unfortunate thing here is I don't think Nate realizes it's going to be the backlash from Candace and her ilk, right? They're going to blame him. All right. So is Candace, by the way. He is now part of the problem, whether he realizes it or not. He is proof that Candace is right. Everything he just laid out, somehow this is proof. That's how these people think. That's how Candace thinks. Oh, I'm over the target. I'm on the target. This is proof that you debunked me, but it's proof that I'm right. This is like, how do you respond to that type of broken brain? You don't. But whatever.
And maxed them out and left her with the debt.
Whew.
This is what this guy does. He's got a 30-year fucking history of this. And we're going to keep moving. We're not even close to done. And keep in mind, his own children are willing to come forward against him.
Thanks, Werewolf.
I'll tell you, and all the men in this chat will tell you, the only people saying this are abusers themselves. I want you to look for every comment, every single person you see commenting this. These are abusers. These are abusers right here. This, abuser. Robert, that's an abuser. And that's why they don't think this is a big deal. I do. Let me be very clear. This is the only episode I'm doing on this. This will be a one and done. I will show you enough to know everything you need to know about this man. I've been asked to come on.
Look, I'm so sick of seeing this nonsense in the chat and people saying it. Have you watched every single episode? You don't have to watch every single episode. All right. I don't know how you watch every single episode. Every time that you watch one of our episodes, like a percentage of your brain dies. So you don't have to watch all of her episodes to realize she's full of crap. Anybody with a brain and is sitting there looking at this subjectively or objectively, you can tell she's lying. You can tell that she has no evidence of this stuff. I've watched over 25 episodes, and I can tell you she's full of crap. I see lies all throughout. The reason that you can't see the lies after watching 40 episodes is because your head is up your bum. All right. You can't even see the light of day to allow your brain to work properly because you are indoctrinated in Candace BS. And I'm tired of being forced to participate in this mental illness. This is just like the trans movement. It's like, no, you got to admit that she's right. No, you got to admit that this guy is a girl. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm not going to participate. You're freaking dumb. You're mentally ill too if you believe this stuff. You need to get checked out. You need to wake up. You need to use some common sense. You need to figure out some critical thinking skills. And you are super gullible. And you're in the reason that our country is in the spot that it is. A bunch of idiots that will believe anything as long as the right person says it and says it in the right way. I know, she's just asking questions. Shut up. I can't take it anymore. I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of being nice. You know, like all I've done throughout this whole thing is like, all right, let's just all together and get together and figure this out. All right, palm guns aren't real. Israel, Fed. Like, I'm done. I'm done.
A bunch of big channels. Alex Jones wanted to have me on today. I said, I'm not coming on today. I need to do this episode. I'm not going to go on anybody's channels. And you know why? Because I don't want this to be about me. I'm not trying to build notoriety. I'm not trying to build the story. I'm not trying to make it about me. I could. I'm not going to. I will one and done this. I will expose who this fucking guy is. And you can believe what you want after that. He is 100% a fucking monster. And we're not done. We're not done. Now let's move into what happened after he kidnapped his child and he was arrested and forced to bring the child back after a habeas corpus act. We'll see here. And these are, guys, these are not that long ago. Okay? This is the state of Washington versus Mitchell Harrison Snow. Declaration for 72-hour felony investigation hold. For what? Well, as the sheriff says here, felony charges. There is probable cause to believe the above-named individual has committed the felony crimes of RCWs, including degrees of offense, if crime is drug offense, state drug, etc. What are the charges? Threats to kill 3 people. Probable cause. There is probable cause to believe that the above-named individual has committed the above-listed crimes based on the following facts. Now, this is a big story about how after Mitch, after kidnapping his child and being forced to return the child and being arrested, decides to threaten to murder the judge as well as 2 women for having the child taken away. You see here.
Exactly right. Yes.
All right. So it says, this is Aaron. This is another one of the victims who also has restraining order against Mitch.
This is such a great point, especially in this day and age. Thank you for mentioning this. Look, that's what our entire channel is about. Safety, security, personal responsibility. Do a background check. It's like $25. You can do it for like $25 a month. Like, do a background check before you go dating somebody. And if you go with someone, make sure they know where you're at, you know, and if you are trained and confident enough, carry a gun with you. All right. If you're not trained and confident enough to carry a gun, carry some mace, some pepper spray, something like that. Folks, be wise out there. Like, there's too many nuts out there today.
Which says,
great point.
Aaron sent me screenshots where BACA, a biker gang, reached out to Candace, which is the previous victim, at this point, Mitchell had her phone and said, I've got a favor to ask. Would you send me Aaron's contact info? Aaron said this was sent just days after Mitchell made the statements of putting a hit on her. Aaron also mentioned Mitchell made statements to kill Judge Jay Brown. This was the judge who put forth the habeas corpus act to have the child returned to Lene after all of that. Brown from Benton County, Aaron advised these statements were all made to Candace and she was waiting for a phone call. So again, this goes into the probable cause and everything like that. So you have, and we'll pull this forward also as proof of this. Here is when he was arrested for threatening to murder a fucking judge who made the decision to take the child away based off of his abusive behavior and threatening to murder 2 other women. So again, does this sound like the type of person that we want to put all of our faith in? My point being, and we're building a character profile because what did we say? Trust me, bro. This is Mitch's story. I saw Brian Harpool and Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca. Trust me, bro. Well, no, I don't trust you. I don't trust you based off of your litany and 30 years of abuse and crazy fucking lies and stories. And making up. There's just a shit ton of more stuff that's been made up, bizarrely, from a lot of this. And we still have to get to that. Okay. Then we also have this following. This is when Mitch tried to have the domestic violence petition removed from Candace Graysick. So he asked for this to be removed, as you can see here, as we scroll down to the bottom. What does the judge say? The judge essentially says that there's not going to be no further court casing and that the domestic violence protection order would not be removed, just like the other domestic violence protection orders. They're not going to be removed.
I just want to throw this up there. You know, when you're making the allegations that this guy is making, and you're the Candace Owens show with, she has like 4 other people on her team or whatever else. I found these court documents and allegations of domestic violence, among others. I don't know, 5 minutes. You can search it. And then I paid for, I think, what is it called? Trellis, to find more information and some other background search information. I got like paid for like 3 different background check websites, and just going through, and it is crazy to see how some pull up other information. You know, it's beneficial to check more than one. But the point here is like this would have taken like 5 minutes and $25, and they could have easily seen what this guy was about. And then if they wanted to, over a couple of days, they could have started making phone calls. Like, oh, look, this person has claimed this, whether it's Gretchen, whether it's Lene, whether it's whatever else, and then start calling phone numbers and verifying stuff, just like I did. So this is irresponsible. And the fact is now, forget about the $140,000 she's raised for this guy. Candace Owens, off of those 2 episodes, she's made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of those. And it's fraudulent information. This never happened. So, you know, that's where we're at in all this.
All right, let me get back to where I was on some of his stories. Okay. Okay, let's keep moving. New victim. More domestic violence, it turns out. I told you there wasn't 1, there wasn't 2, there wasn't 3, there wasn't 4. New victim.
I don't know if he's about to say the name that I just found today. Again, I was given a brand new name today. Was going to try to reach out to her before the show. Didn't get a chance to. And then there's 2 other victims. Well, I'll say this. There's 2 other people that have had restraining orders against him that I haven't talked to. And on top of that, this other person's name, first time I heard the name today. So it's a never-ending cycle of women. See what,
which is
right
a Jerry Casey Tablets.
Yep.
Another order for domestic violence protection. This one's actually earlier in life. The ones we just saw were more recent, 2025, 2023. This was a prior girlfriend or wife. As you can see, asking for a restraining order as the petitioner. Let's move forward to the second document here, which actually has her statements of what happened to her. So you guys can get a little bit better idea. Again, if you didn't have a good enough idea as is, let's see what she had to say. And again, a lot of these things sound similar to what we've heard over and over and over again. And she says, okay, the respondent has committed acts of domestic violence as follows. Okay, this was the first time that happened. He said he was going to make my life miserable. I began crying, and he said he would hurt me.
This guy is a pro at making people's lives miserable and dragging it out over years and years and years. And here we are, he's still victimizing people. And now, because of Candace, the families, the women, the kids, they're all having to relive this stuff. And they are.
I hurt him. He was very angry, and he put his face in mine and yelled some more. He seems to do this a lot. I left and called the police. I called the police because I was afraid he would hurt me. He said I've hurt him by requiring him or by not giving him everything that he wants. Now, this was the first time. Let's see what she said now. Describe past incidents. Okay. He said I was threatening his name. He got very angry and started yelling. He came over to the chair I was sitting in and put his hands on the arms of the chair so I couldn't get up, then yelled and spit in my face. Real tough guy, by the way. I started crying and pushed him to the side to get out of the armchair. In the other room, he got behind me and he pushed me into the wall face first. I crawled into my room, and again, he threw the laundry basket in my face, and I left. We were arguing, and he threatened to damage my laptop, and then he left with it. I called the police. He had scared me by pushing me face first into the wall. Yet another woman suffering from domestic violence from Mitch Snow. But I'm sure for all the people that are saying this doesn't matter. Yeah, this 250-pound Green Beret. Yes, that was his name. His name was Harry back then, by the way. Because again, remember? You guys remember? He changed his name in 2010, his wife Lene's name, not to get away from the cartels, but to get away.
So just so you guys are aware of the timeline. There was I got notes all over the place. It's hard to keep track of this. Oh, I have it right here. Linda Dowler was his wife from 1990 to 1994. Gretchen was his wife from 95 to 99. All right. So between Gretchen and Lene, who he married in 2010, was this Jerry. He was still Harry Myers at this time, just so that you guys are tracking. And you guys can see, as you're like, all this information is coming in, like keeping track of it and trying to, I don't know, it's a challenge unto itself. There's so much. And like, yeah, I mean, it's insane.
From all of the domestic violence charges he has against him. And so again, 250-pound Green Beret, just beating the fuck out of women, admitting to it. And we're supposed to take this person's eyewitness account seriously? Really? This is who you guys want to, not you guys in the chat, this is who you guys want to defend? This is who you want to give $140,000 to? Because I don't. And here's the thing about Harry, is that he presses charges on all these women. Like retroactively, after they file the charges, he'll file like we saw with Lene, fake charges.
Wants to do. Bring it.
He'll say she threw acid in my face. Turns out that's not true. Right? And he did the whole thing, that whole previous podcast. The prior wife locked him in a garage and beat him up and broke his thumbs with hammers. He's always the victim. He's the victim of everything. And I'm going to show you guys here. See, I got to figure out where I was at. Thousands of documents here, guys. I want to show you where he, let's see, is it this one? Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's take a look just at his history as we go down, right? This is what we want, right? So, oh, here we go. This is what I want to see. So let's see what the This is one of his lies, one of his fake stories that he made up about Lene. Again, he's a 250-pound Green Beret who's just getting beat up all the time by these women, supposedly. This is, he tried to charge her with aggravated assault and domestic violence. His wife, by the way, which was obviously thrown out. But let's see what law enforcement had to say about this guy, because it's important. Okay, so here is from the law enforcement officer.
Well, Kevin, just like anybody with, I don't know, basic common sense, when you're dealing with the witness testimony, the only thing that they can provide is their credibility. And what we're showing you is that his credibility is absolutely worthless. But it really doesn't matter, because we know that Brian Harpole wasn't there. We know that Erica Kirk wasn't there. This whole story is dog shit. And that's a fact. And by the way, the premise of it is absolutely idiotic. All right. Apparently Candace is watching. Candace, like, have some integrity. Just admit that you were duped. Just admit that you were duped. And I know, because we're disproving you left, right, and indifferent, you're over the target. Somehow disproving you with facts, evidence, and actual receipts, not the trash that you give people. All right. Somehow that makes you more correct and over the target. No, you're lying to people. You have promoted this guy who has a wake of destruction of real people, just like all the accusations, everything that you've put at people with zero evidence has destroyed their lives and had real impact. And it's all because you have an axe to grind with TPUSA, and you're blinded by your hate for TPUSA, Israel, and the French. And just lo and behold, somehow that's who is responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination, along with some secret meeting that the military had at Fort Huachuca. Like, that is the place, and some guy just stumbled upon the meeting. It is beyond dumb. It's beyond ridiculous. You've destroyed, and it's unfortunate, because you used to be a real force in the conservative party, and what you've reduced yourself to is, quite frankly, disgusting. It's ridiculous. So hope you're watching, Candace. I hope you take that to heart. And I really couldn't care.
Let's hear this story, okay?
Get after it. Have fun. Good luck.
And this is supposedly about domestic violence from Lene, again, against this big, tough 250-pound Green Beret. The sheriff says, I arrived and met with Mitch. He was undergoing some kind of eye flush with tubes under his eyes. I introduced myself to him and asked him to tell me what happened. He told me the following thing. At about 0900 hours, this story is hilarious. This story is a great representation of Mitch Snow's bullshit lies that he likes to take, which get laughed out of the courtroom, which get laughed out of the sheriff's department. But let's take a look at the story about what happened to him with the domestic violence charges, supposedly. Basically, what was happening is they were doing a custody drop-off between Lene and Mitch. It says, following at about 0900 hours, he had been in front of Richland Police Department. Again, this happened supposedly in front of a police department. He was there to transfer his custody of his son to his estranged wife, Lene Snow. He said his son had gone over to the car and went over to the car to hand her a breakfast sandwich he purchased from him. Some kind of liquid then hit him in the face. Lene then drove out of the parking lot, cutting him off. Mitch says his eyes began to burn badly. He drove himself to Cadillac and checked into the ER. This is going to be important. Keep in mind, he's sitting in front of the police department when this happens, by the way, and the sheriff will talk about this. The nurse assisting Mitch, Dyra Shabak, advised that she had collected some kind of white substance off Mitch's face and pulled it in a plastic jar for me. She said his coat had some of the same chemical on it. He said that she could smell it when he first arrived, and it caused his eyes to water. The coat and the white substance was collected as evidence. I asked Mitch if he had any idea what had been thrown at him. He said he did not know, but that he was concerned because she was a chemist and worked at the site. I asked Mitch to tell me again what happened that morning. He went through the same details, except this time, Mitch said he had been in his car when she had drove by and thrown the liquid on him. I asked him if his window had been rolled down. He did not seem to understand the question. I told him that if he had been in his car, then it would mean that his window was rolled down. He did not answer. He realized he fucked up in his lies. I told him that he had originally told me that he had been outside of the car when he was hit by the liquid. He said he had been outside of the car. He reiterated that his eyes and skin had begun burning, so he drove to the ER. Mitch provided a recorded statement, yada, yada, yada. Okay, but this is where it gets hilarious by what the sheriff's department, because the sheriff's department knows who this guy is at this point. This is typically how this works with classic abusers. But anyway, Mitch stated he believed that Lene waited until they were at the police department because she knew there was no video out front. Yes, Lene decides to throw acid in Mitch's face in front of the police department because there's no videos outside. This kind of sounds like the Fort Huachuca story as we're going through it, right? And the sheriff says, I went to my vehicle to retrieve a DV service envelope. When I returned to Mitch's room, the treatment was over and he was able to see. He signed on a medical release for me and I spoke with him. He made a comment explaining that Lene was abusing him and had been doing so for years. And that's something about how guys like us would only understand. Yeah, guys like sheriffs and Green Berets would only understand all those mean women that are abusing us. Right. I checked Mitch into iLeads. Here we go. All right, this is from the sheriff as why they don't take this shit seriously. I checked Mitch into iLeads. He had a long history of domestic violence-related offenses and of losing his temper. This is what the sheriff had to say about Mitch Snow. Mitch stated he was assaulted, and instead of staying at the police department to report it, he chose to drive to the hospital while either partially or completely blind. Because that makes sense. You can almost hear the sheriff laughing at this story. His story changed about being inside or outside of the car at the time of the attack. Outside of the RPD building to the north was a medical tent for COVID-19 inoculations. Again, this was fairly recent. There were several people at the tent. None of them reported any kind of disturbance. Despite the lack of video, it seemed a great risk to commit a felony assault in front of a police department. Yeah. And then he says again, Mitch has a long history of domestic violence related crimes and seems to always blame the victim and never take responsibility for any of his incidents. This is from the sheriff's department, who know who this guy is. You see this? See how they're laughing at this and how full of shit this fucking guy is? Again, the credible witness to Brian Harpool and Erica Kirk.
All right, let's address this this up here. Where was it? Hilarious. She asked Candace asked why they texted nobody on YouTube instead of her. I wonder why, Candace. I wonder why. Well, maybe because you're not trustworthy, Candace. Maybe it's because you're malicious. Maybe it's because you don't like to tell the truth. Maybe it's because you continue to omit information that disproves your worldview, whatever that is, whether it's the Jews are involved with everything, whether it's TPUSA is guilty of everything. Maybe that's why. Maybe they don't trust you, Candace. And they shouldn't, because you're a malicious bee, all right, and you're destroying Charlie Kirk's legacy. And I'm so sick of anyone, including you, saying that you loved Charlie. You cared about Charlie, why you attack his wife, why you destroy everything that he built, why you destroy all the work that he put into creating the conservative movement that he did. Like, don't pretend you love anybody. It's disgusting. Again, like I'm just so disgusted with everything that she has done and the malice at which she does it. And then she pretends, oh, I'm just asking questions. You're not asking questions. You're accusing people. You know what you're doing. And while all this is going on, you refuse to even look into all the other real possibilities that have evidence to support them. And that is Tyler Robinson, most likely with accomplices, actually executed this assassination. You want to look into that because that doesn't help you on your destruction of TPUSA world tour. That's why you won't look into it.
Getting laughed out of courtrooms for his fucking lies. Anyway, So he goes and talks to the sheriff, goes and talks to Lene and their son. Says, I asked Lene if I could speak with her son. She allowed me to and brought him out to the front porch. I sat down with him and introduced myself and spoke to him about the stuffed animals he was holding, about some of the things he liked to do. Eventually, I asked him if he knew what the truth was. He said he did, and he was able to explain it was something that happened. I asked him what a lie was, and he said it is when you said something that doesn't happen. He was wearing blue shoes. I asked him if his shoes were orange. Would that be a truth or a lie? He said that was a lie. I asked him if he knew if he ate 400 pancakes for breakfast. Would that be a truth or a lie? He said a lie. I asked their son to tell me everything he remembered about when his dad dropped him off with his mom this morning. He was able to say it happened at the police department or the police station, and he almost forgot his tablet. He spoke about his dad giving him a McDonald's breakfast sandwich that had sausage on it. I asked him if anything else happened. He seemed confused by the question. I asked him about if he remembered anyone being mad or upset. I explained that no one was in trouble and that everybody gets upset sometimes. And he said, okay. He said he did not remember anyone being upset or mad this morning. He could not think of anything else that happened. I thanked him for his time. What that means is he fucking made this entire thing up, as well as the sexual assault, the child molestation charges. He made all of this up to try to drag his wife, to try to yank custody of his son. This is what this fucking guy does.
This is the person that Candace platformed. And this is the person that she's raising $141,000 for. That she could have spent, her or her producers could have spent 20 minutes and $25 doing a basic background check before she let her divinely inspired email take her to along this crazy path. And it's all it would have taken. And now she's not going to back down. She's not going to be smart enough to be like, hey, you know what? I messed up. I apologize. Let me find another crazy story because this one didn't work. She could probably move on, but she's not going to do that.
Massive fucking disgusting history of this. How many lies do we need to see for this to not be a credible witness? Is it just me? And again, you can, and I wanted you guys to watch this whole episode. You can decide who you want to defend. You can decide who you want to support. Absolutely fine. But for me, yeah, and if it's just me, you know what? Here's what I'll say. If only I care about this, if only I am disgusted by this amount of domestic violence and the horrible thing this guy's done to all these women and children. By the way, again, abandoning all his children, paying no child support. He has no access to any of his children. All the lies, all the domestic violence, punching women in the face. And this isn't even all of it. All the stories, there's even more. If I'm the only person who thinks that this isn't okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm full of shit. I provided you every fucking document. Every fucking document. I've gone document by document. None of this has been my opinion. I have shown you line by line. Sure, we can do a poll. At the end of the episode, I've gone line by line. We're not done yet, but we can do a poll. Who?
That's right. When you deliberately distort and selectively present the truth,
Mitch,
you lie. Great quote by Charlie Kirk.
A credible witness. We'll do that. If you do, that's fine. I provided you all the documents.
Yes, he was.
It's all there.
In the 10th Mountain.
None of that was my opinion. And I get it. You're upset. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on right now.
Yeah, there is.
And I understand that. And again, this is why I'm not attacking, not have I said one negative word about Candace in this episode. I've not said one negative word about Barron or anyone in this episode. Not one. We are 100% focused on this person. And I even explained to you how he was able to trick Candace. And I'm not even blaming her for it at all. Because he could have got away with this.
Of course.
He could have got away with this if it wasn't for someone like me who really understands the stuff to bring all this to you guys. So no, I don't blame Candace. A lot of people want me to. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people want me to attack Candace. A lot of people want me to go down that road. I'm not going to do that. I'm not out to get anyone other than to show you who this individual is who just raised $140,000. And what I want you guys to understand is what this person, what this monster is now going to do with that $140,000. He is now going to leverage that money to legally go attack his ex-wife and all of these women to pay for lawyers. That's what he's going to do with this money. I don't have to prove he wasn't there. He could be there. That's fine. I'm 100% fine with saying, which the only thing we know about him being there is a random picture in the desert and a sloppy incident report, but it's fine. We could say he was there. 100% he was there. That's fine. Do we want to put all of our faith in believing this person's take? I'm not. I don't believe a word that he says because he has a massive history of pathological.
And it doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't matter because no matter what he says, no matter if he was there or whatever else, what he said happened didn't happen. All right. We're not going to have a conventional forces, Joint Task Force, Southern Border. They're not going to be responsible for a clandestine operation to assassinate Charlie Kirk. It is beyond stupid. And quite frankly, he never even alleges that. All he does, Candace and him force the viewer to make those logical jumps. Because Brian Harpole's there one day, and then Erica Kirk was there apparently the evening before on the 8th. So you're just left to assume. He never says, oh, I heard them talking about the assassination. Like, there is no evidence here. There's nothing there. And on top of that, the whole premise is idiotic. It's absolutely idiotic. So she wants to run with it. Go ahead. All right. Apparently we ended our stream over on Instagram. Whatever.
Lying.
Doesn't matter.
From start to finish, he is a serial abuser of women and children. And so for me, that's enough. No, this ain't it, dude. No. Absolutely not. Again, the only credibility he has is his eyewitness account. And he has no credibility, in my opinion. You guys are free to think what you want. Like I said, I'm not doing any more episodes once we get done with this one.
I am.
Oh, did the poll not go through? Oh, it did go through. 85%, guys, 80 plus % of the chat does not believe he's a credible witness. So thank you, chat. I want to say to my viewers, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. The fact that that poll just showed us how you guys feel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, I'm not here to attack Candace or Baron or Coach Colin. I love all these people's content.
No, all their content is.
I support Candace's content. I want her to get refocused. I want Baron to get refocused. I want Colin to get refocused. I want everybody to get refocused on what matters. And it's not this fucking guy. It's not Mitch Snow, guys. It's not. Okay, so everybody who thought I was coming out to attack everyone, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going on other podcasts to talk about this, to try to build a name for myself off this. It's not going to happen. I've been asked. And for me, what I brought you forward is good enough for me. If it's not good enough for you, that's absolutely fine. Okay. But for me, it's enough. So, though I think we had more, but I mean, at this point, we're doing the same shit with multiple victims. And again, I'm sick as shit. It's been, how far deep are we in the episode? Hour and a half. Okay.
So, yeah, look, I don't care. Yeah, look, we're going to get blowback from this with the Candace cult. Couldn't care less. They'll try to smear me and everything else. Knock yourself out. Couldn't care less. We're going to stand up for what's right, and we're going to stand up for the truth. And the fact is that this is one big psyop trying to destroy the conservative party. It's just confusing and causing chaos amongst the American people. It's all lies. I don't care if we're talking about the Egyptian planes. I don't care if we're talking about Fort Huachuca. It's all lies. It's all lies. And we're not just going to stand by and not say anything about it. I'll just sit here and be a nobody on YouTube. That's fine. Couldn't care less.
So, yeah. No, I did. I already, but well, here's the thing, guys. The reason, like, why we really don't need to even talk more about what happened at Fort Huachuca is, I mean, that was already sort of debunked too, as far as I know. Nobody can show me anything that disproves the incident report. Literally, the incident report itself, based off of the timing of it, makes it impossible for Brian Harple to have been there. But it wasn't about Fort Huachuca or any of that. It was to show you.
Look, that's a really good point about this. I brought it up before, kind of forgot about it with all the other madness going on. The incident report is at 11:17 a.m. All right. So it's 11:17. That is not 7:37 like Candace originally said. So that's, and look, here's what's important about this. I'm going to read this so everybody's clear on this timeline and why it makes everything that she said, debunks everything that she said and everything that Mitch said. So on Tuesday, 09 September 2025 at 11:17, the Fort Huachuca Military Police Station was notified by Daniel Head, CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, of a suspicious individual at the Southwest Border Mission Headquarters, Building 70525. Officer Navarro and Officer Johnston and Sergeant McCaslin were dispatched. Upon arrival, patrols spoke with CW2 Daniel Head, who stated that the individual entered the building with a backpack making concerning comments. The backpack was taken away and placed outside on the north side of the building and called the police station. All right, so listen to what this narrative is. All right, it actually says September 9th, 2025, 11:17, the Fort Huachuca Military Police Station was notified by Daniel Head. Then it goes on to give a narrative that's like, I don't know, maybe 5, at most 10, 15 minutes. Let's give it 30 minutes. All right, so from the time that he entered the building to the time that law enforcement was called, let's go crazy. Let's say it's an hour. All right, that puts us all the way back at 10:17. That's being super generous to this silly entire narrative. What didn't occur here is the narrative starting 11:17 when they called, and then supposedly the incident started at 7:37. All right, it doesn't take 3-4 hours for a suspicious individual at Border Mission Headquarters, and then Officer Navarro, Sergeant McCaslin were dispatched. Upon arrival, patrols spoke with CW2 Head, who stated that the individual entered the building with a backpack making concerning comments. The backpack was taken away and placed outside the north side of the building, and then they called the police station. All right, so that's like a couple of minutes worth of activity between the time they encountered this individual to the time the police were called at 11:17. So this debunks the entire thing. He didn't go in there at 7:37, which is what originally was stated. It just didn't happen, because unless you're saying that this is a lie, and if this is a lie, then why show it? So either this is accurate or it's not. And if it's not, then This doesn't prove anything on your point. And I don't care if it does. I don't doubt that he was there. All right. He's a weirdo. They said he was acting weird, making threats. The next thing you know, bomb dogs are called. Like that. What was he doing to warrant this reaction? Being a psycho. And that's what he does. So who cares if he was there? Brian Harpole wasn't there. Eric Kirk wasn't there. And no matter amount of proof, again, we have no proof of any of this. And they don't want to give you any proof of any of this. They don't want to give you any proof of any allegations, but they demand that you prove with evidence your innocence. That's not how the system works. All right, that's crazy. We're in crazy land. And the fact that that's the standard on which Candace operates constantly it's just retarded. Absolutely retarded. Yeah, I don't care if she made
yes, which I told you he was a monster. His son will be on I believe he's going on Gary's channel tomorrow. Gary has covered, here's the crazy thing, guys. Gary from Paramount Tactical covered stuff earlier than this with previous ex-wives and more domestic violence. I only covered like half of the abuse. There's a lot more.
Thanks for the shout.
And again, his own kid, guys, his own son, who's an Army veteran, is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, and people keep saying this. Barron said Mitch's character isn't in the question. Yes, it is. Mitch's character is the pivotal, most important part of the entire story because Mitch has no evidence.
Barron said it, so it must be true. Like, these people are lemmings. Like, the whatever Candace says, Barron says, Ian says, oh, that's true. Like, what kind of idiot do you have to be to sit there and say, we are basing all of this stuff on someone's eyewitness testimony, and come to find out the guy is a known pathological liar. He beats women. He has no character. He has no integrity. So why should we listen to his eyewitness statement and consider that any sort of evidence? We shouldn't. And again, it doesn't even matter because he didn't actually allege anything. He alleged that he walked into a building and he saw some colonels. It's a joint task force. There's 40 colonels running around there and lieutenant colonels and other captains and majors and probably a couple generals too. There is no proof of a meeting that's being held that is planning and coordinating the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. There's nothing that even indicates that. He didn't even say anything that indicates that. It's just presumption. Like, oh my God, we saw a bunch of friggin' officers. So therefore, they're planning a clandestine operation to kill U.S. citizens on U.S. soil. Not something that the military does, period. It's not what they do. All right. If they walked into, a CIA skiff and just happened to stumble upon this, okay, you might have my attention a little bit, but that's not what was said. I'm not participating in the insanity.
Which has nothing other than his eyewitness account. And so the credibility of a witness does matter. If I can show you that witness is a pathological liar and abuser, it does actually, it means everything. It means everything. For the people who don't care about domestic violence or pathological lying and abuse and lying about 1,000 other things, okay, yeah, that's fine. But for most of us, yeah, he was, guys, you keep saying he was there. Sure, he went to a random military base. I go to a military base whenever I need VA healthcare. So do we all. So do all the veterans here. You act like someone going to a military base means something. It doesn't mean anything.
Nope. Doesn't mean
so yeah,
anything.
he was there. Cool. Where's his proof? Where's his photos of Brian Harpole? Where's his photos of Erica Kirk? Let me show you guys how I could do this. Watch this. Watch this. And I want chat, disprove this right now.
Okay, before this even started, I told you she's going to double down. I told you she doesn't have it within her to be honest. And now she's saying now she knows for sure that Erica was there. Now she knows for sure. All right. It's the level of insanity is.
I saw Charlie Kirk alive 2 days ago at Walmart here in my local town.
Oh God, he's going to start another conspiracy.
I saw him. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, somebody in the chat, prove me wrong. Prove I didn't. Can any of you prove that? Prove it. I can prove I was at Walmart 2 days ago. Prove I didn't see Charlie Kirk there. You can't prove. This is my point. That I supposedly saw somebody somewhere. There's nothing there. It's a Fugazi. It's a Fugazi. What I gave you is who this man is. And the good part about this for me, and this is why I feel, and I will always feel morally vindicated on this, no matter how much you guys attack me, no matter how many Twitter posts, which I don't have Twitter, guys, so there's no point attacking me on Twitter. I now know that my viewers know who this man is. They know the truth about who this man is. And anybody who watches this will know the truth. And good people, good human beings, good men especially, will look at that and go, this guy's a disgusting piece of shit. I don't believe what he has to say.
Yeah.
People who have no moral integrity.
That's like literally the normal response here. This guy is a serial woman abuser, a serial psychological manipulator, a serial liar. And we would just, the normal response would be like, yeah, no, look, all right. Even if you like Candace, you think like at least say, you know what, she got duped. Let's move on. But that's not what they're going to do. They're going to stand up for this guy. They are going to double down on the truth of this ridiculous cockamamie story that. Go ahead. Show the world what fools you are. Show the world.
They're going to be the ones who try to attack me and say, it doesn't matter that he committed 30 years of domestic violence and assault and all of this stuff. It doesn't matter. It does matter. It matters to me. And for me, that's what matters. So you can just keep attacking me all you want. I brought you every document. I showed you all of it. And that's it, is what it is. And I am content with what we brought forward. And I don't need to, keep going on shows or talking about it. The world, I'm sure, will keep proving. Here's what I'll say also. 1 month from now, bookmark this episode. 1 month from now, if there is, and I'll tell you this, look at me, guys. 1 month from now, if there is proof brought forward that Brian Harpool and Erica Kirk were at Fort Huachuca, and I don't mean Private Snuffy saw them, real proof brought forward that either of those two were at Fort Huachuca the day before Charlie got killed, I will come forward and issue a public apology, and I will also donate $10,000 of my own money to Private Snuffy's GoFundMe. $10,000 of my own money. In 1 month from now, if there is any concrete proof of either of that, I will be happy to do it. I will be happy to do it. Until then, I could, I have no problems with that because, guys, I don't have to worry about it. There is no proof to bring forward. But I'm just saying, that's how confident I am. Okay. And you guys know me. I stick to my word. I correct the record. This is one thing I'm known for. Nate will correct the record. He will come out and admit that when he was wrong. But I'm not going to have to. A concrete proof, not, I think I saw somebody. No. You got to show me pictures. You got to show me metadata from phones. But until then, I mean, that's all there is. Okay. Again, I put my money where my mouth is. I got no problem with that. Yeah, well, there actually is more receipts than you guys realize. He was in and out of jail a bunch of fucking times. That's what all those arrests were. What I showed you. So, all right. There is more to come out, not for me. Again, I did my work on it. But I don't think I need to show you any more about who this guy is. The poll demonstrated that to the same wife who told us nothing he said was true. Also, with the son, Cameron, who is coming out tomorrow to expose
28. It. Let me just jump over here
tonight. But anyway, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like you guys being rude to not you guys, but people being rude to my moderator. Lucas, big $50 donut. I think with their emotions, the rest of us.
I think that's where we're at on all this. Let's jump into some super chats and kind of go from there. Let me get rid of this split screen thing because I can only see half of it. All right. Let's just try to go through these. I think this is where I left off. But again, folks, if I missed any of your super chats, I'm starting from way back. We're back here at 8:45. We're now at 10:20. All right, so I'm gonna rip through these and try to get them all as much as I can. But this guy is still defending Candace. 149 super chat, super sticker. Thank you very much. If Candace was a white dude and vouching for Mitch, people would be treating that dude differently after Mitch's background came out. Is this real life? But unfortunately, many people are falling for this and will not even listen to anything that will show them the truth. You're right. I mean, it's just cognitive dissonance at a mass scale that I've never seen before. It is like some sort of mass psychosis that's unbelievable to me. CEO cult willing to defend, ignore woman beater, child abuser, outright liar is disgusting. How can Nate still support Candace Owens after platforming Mitch? You can ask him about that. Apparently his chat's asking, well, the opposite questions. Like, why would you even expose this? My deceased veteran son rarely spoke about his experiences while in Iraq. He always said that veterans that were actually in active battle rarely speak of it. Those that were not in active battle love to talk about it. I agree. Not something I share stories about. She accused TPUSA Faith of being in on the CK assassination because Rob McCoy and others are off on the credibility. Yet this guy's past is 100 times worse. Let's not hold it against him. Thank you for becoming a member. Gary, every court system doesn't understand how to deal with people who have mental health issues. It's in every court. I work in behavioral health and have seen it. My sister is living it right now. That's another thing too. Some people were like, why is this guy not in jail? Look, I mean, he's in Washington State. It takes a lot to go to jail. And he did go to jail. I think he went to jail for like 80 something days. And again, tomorrow, folks, we're going to have the testimony of his son, who's also a veteran, who's going to talk about the things that he's had to deal with. And luckily, what I will say is a lot of this for him was sort of tangential. But he's well aware of what's going on, what his mother was put through. And, I do hope that we can, it's one thing for me or Nate or anybody else to relay these stories. For some of his victims out there, I think it's so important that you come on and look, we're going to get attacked for this. Like the truth's important. Like, who cares? Gary, thank you for being so good at investigations. It was me responding to a Cantifa member who hasn't even watched more than a TikTok. I've never been on Candace's side ever. Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe I misread that. I'm sorry, Betsy B. Gary, Candace is crashing out on the next over your show tonight. I think you're over the target, sir. Who cares? How do we know they weren't there? do we have that evidence? How do we know that they were there? They have to provide evidence. All right. This is how this works. The accuser provides the evidence. You don't get to accuse people of stuff and then with horrible allegations and then make them and then blackmail them into proving their innocence. That is some Salem witch trials craziness. That is Gestapo nonsense. That's not America. There was a time where we wouldn't even entertain accusations without evidence. And now, again, I've said this 100 times. Not only is such things encouraged, it's monetized, and people love it. It's clicks, it's content. Well, it's wrong. It's immoral. It's unethical. Like, fix yourselves, people. Sisters, I'm an early Gen X guy, and even I know that Harry Mitch is not going to fly in 2025. Shave that thing. Hey, Gary, love for you to talk with William on a pod. Check out his Charlie video on September 11th. Very insightful, not a conspiracy video, I promise. More of a deeper level societal meaning of this event. If he would like to have me on, have him send me a DM via X or dlpodcast at ParamountTactical.com. I will talk to him, and if it makes sense, maybe we'll set something up. Just want to thank you, Gary, for courage and standing for truth and not tolerating liars. Praying they're waking up. Me too. When you deliberately distort and selectively present the truth, you lie. And I think that's I think there's been a lot of outright lies, but on top of that, what we have is a lot of omission of facts and, taking normal things, turning them into these suspicious events and creating this air of suspicion and nefarious intent. And that's what's been done to TPUSA time and time again. All right. There are victims in this. Like, it's insanity that this has gone as far as it has gone. Like, some adults in the room should have been out there saying, no, stop. This is not going to happen. But we don't have adults for whatever reason. Candace just made an X post 20 minutes ago. Couldn't care less. I screwed up on that. That wasn't meant to be shared. I was literally doing this whole thing. First, people will be upset at me. It is what it is. Candace's concern is why the victims didn't text her. Instead, unknown YouTuber she is making it about her while dismissing the victims. Candace is Harry. Agreed. What Nate does not understand, he now calls narcissistic supply, which is going to make Candy dangerous. Even more press many of us have lived through. It's awful. He will see, unfortunately. Yeah. Candace, you may be his next victim. Be aware. All right. I'm sticking with you, Gary. Very disappointed in all those painting Candace as victim. I so respect and appreciate you. Well, I appreciate that. Patty hooked us up with a super sticker. Thank you, Patty. We appreciate that. Gary, we are blessed to have you. Awesome channel, awesome mods, and awesome chat. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Again, folks, if you guys want to help support the channel and what we do, feel free to become a member. Gary, what you're doing is the definition of integrity and takes a lot of courage. We support your truthful work and proudly follow you all the way. CO just called you a YouTuber. Well, she's a YouTuber too. The only difference between me and her is one of us tells the truth, and it's not her. No field grade officer would stand around in a group of other field grades to discuss the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Pure poppycock. I agree. Let me jump down here. We'll hit a couple of the live chats. And we're going to call it a night. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Gary, Candace is literally finding you irrelevant, brushing all of your work off her shoulders like dust. Cool. Couldn't care less. And if they aren't interested in clearing their names, then they can't complain. Look, if I was interested in what Candace thinks or what the internet thinks, it's not what I'd be doing. I don't care. I find it suspect Candace was talking about transgender acts prior to transgender becoming involved in offing Charlie Kirk. Good work, man. Was intending on putting out my own podcast, exposing Candace's lifelong history of being a grifter. Glad more people with a larger audience like yourself had enough of her shit. Look, listen to me, folks. If you want to make a difference in this, and you see what I see, and that we are being lied to left and right about what's going on, it takes you. You need to share this information instead of all these bots that are out there sharing Candace's stuff and promoting her stuff and and propagating and perpetuating all of her stuff and giving her all these ratings, whatever else. And look, I'm not just saying it's all bots. I know there's some real people involved in that too. This is massively entertaining for a lot of people, especially the people that didn't care about Charlie Kirk when he was alive, much less when TPUSA, much less when he died. That's what we're seeing here. So, well, you, the everyday person, all right, you can be sharing this content. Find other people that are pushing forward, that are sharing the content. Be brave, have some courage, and share the stuff. And let other people know what you think about this. Because the more people, like, I'm seeing a fire catch on X and other social media platforms. The more people that are coming forward, it gives more people courage, because what they've tried to convince you of is that you're the minority, and that if you think that, if you don't believe in these Egyptian planes, if you don't believe in this Fort Huachuca nonsense, then you're the crazy person. It's not true. All right. We need to put the patients back into the freaking insane asylum. Like, stand up, be brave, say what you think, say what you believe, share content that's powerful. And, I don't know what else to say about that. Well, folks, listen, I really appreciate you tuning in tonight. Hopefully you found that helpful. Hopefully you found that informative. I'm sure we got some craziness ahead over the next few days. All the candy cult coming out, attacking us. It is what it is. But your support is appreciated. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.